Greetings. I hope all is well. I hope your afternoon or morning or evening, wherever you're at, hope all again. I hope all is well. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button again, please. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you share. Again, please do me a favor and share the content. Also, guys, documentary is now up. Again, documentary is now up. So please go to searchforuhuru.com. Again, searchforuhuru.com or visit documentary.searchforuhuru.com. And please support the documentary. Again, please support the documentary. Again, search for Uhuru. The documentary is now up and live. So please visit searchforuhuru.com or just go to documentary.searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. And right now, as far as viewing experience, laptop or tablet at home using Wi-Fi. The file is very large, but what we're doing right now, and it should be finished in the next 24 hours. We're uploading to another server or to another service where if you want to view it on your phone or on using just your data, or if you share Wi-Fi at the job or whatnot, you'll be able to. But for right now, at home, Wi-Fi on your laptop, or maybe tablet or desktop, or on your TV is the best way for now. But that should be changing in about 24. Give me about 24 hours. We're working on it right now. In about 24 hours, again, we are working on it right now, where anybody could view it and have a good experience on any device. But again, as of right now, at home on your Wi-Fi, is going to be the best way. But that'll be changing within 24 hours. So we're working on that right now. Shout out to Yana. Thank you for the support. The people who have bought so far the documentary. Again, thank you so much for the support. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button. Again, please hit that like button. And also, we are rolling. Man, listen, time flies. Again, time flies. We are rolling to Nigeria. We are rolling to Nigeria next Sunday. Not this upcoming Sunday, but next Sunday. We leave for Nigeria for the Oshun Festival. So if you're interested in joining us in Nigeria, hit me up. We got a couple spots left. I know it's last minute, but hit me up. Go to Danfo, DANFO .Africa. Again, Danfo, DANFO .Africa. If you are interested in joining us in Nigeria for the Oshun Festival, then we are rolling to Sierra Leone in November. Citizenship is available to those who qualify. For the most part, you have to have your DNA results from African ancestry. For the most part, again, you have to have your DNA results from African ancestry, and they have to link back to Sierra Leone specifically. And when you do that, if you have that, you are eligible. Again, you are eligible for one of these. Again, get your DNA results from African ancestry, then link back to Sierra Leone. You are eligible for one of these. So I am taking a group in November. Again, I am taking a group in November, and we have probably around 2 spots left. Again, we have 2 spots left. So I'm taking a group in November. And if you want to roll, come and roll. And even if you're not eligible for citizenship, and if you just want to come to Sierra Leone and have a good time, Sierra Leone is a beautiful country. Beautiful country. And I tell people that that coastline from Liberia through Sierra Leone, probably the most beautiful coastline on the planet. Again, that coastline from Liberia stretching all the way to Sierra Leone, probably the most beautiful coastline on the planet. It's gorgeous. So if you want to come enjoy Sierra Leone and you're not eligible for citizenship, by all means, come and join Sierra Leone with us again, November 20th through December 3rd. And if you're eligible for citizenship, if you have your African ancestry DNA paperwork, you are more, I mean, it would be an honor for you to come through Donfo, our tour company, to Sierra Leone to get your Sierra Leone passport. Again, to get your Sierra Leone passport to citizenship. So next year is an election year for Sierra Leone. So no telling what's going to go on. I know the election, I believe, next year is in June. Usually the ceremonies are in April and November. But with the election being next June, no telling what could happen in April. Pretty sure President Bio is going to be campaigning. So you never know. But we will find out in November when we're in Sierra Leone if there's going to be another ceremony in that's in April. Yeah, in April. So we'll find out in November if there's going to be another ceremony in April. So I'll keep you guys posted. But for sure, there is a ceremony this November. We have about, let's see here, seen on the news this morning that Black kids are being kidnapped from America and trafficked to the Congo to mine. Oh man, hey, put that link in the chat room. I don't think you can put the link in the chat room. Do me a favor, Daydilla. Send me an email at hoover@searchforhoover.com. Send the link. Send a link to that article. Send it to ahuru@searchforhoover.com. I could check that out and I'll play it on here. So yeah, so those are the announcements for now, guys. I wanted to share this with you guys real quick. Hold on, before we jump into the topic. I mean, and you can't make this up. You can't make this up. So, and again, this is kind of off topic. So imagine you're in the military for Ukraine, right? What's this? No thanks. Okay. Imagine you are in the military for Ukraine and you're getting your head and you're watching your fellow mates getting their brains blown out by Russia because Ukraine is losing the war. Okay. Ukraine is losing the war. They're losing. All right, they're losing the Donbass. And imagine, you're fighting for Ukraine right now, and your comrades or the people who are serving in the military with you and fighting with you, shoulder to shoulder, back to back, fighting against Russia. Your fellow Ukrainian soldiers are getting their brains blown out right now. And so you're out of food, you're outmanned, you're outnumbered. Russia has more weapons. You're struggling. Your friends, your comrades are getting killed, trying to defend Ukraine. And you find out that your commander-in-chief is posing for Vogue with his wife. You find out your commander-in-chief is posing for Vogue. I mean, guys, I told you when we talked about this war in the beginning, like it's some BS. Yeah, country's on fire. You're posing for Vogue with your wife. I mean, this is a joke. Like, this is a joke. And I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it kind of, where I don't raise any red flags with YouTube. I don't think Zelensky's gonna make it throughout the year. This right here is just in poor taste. And I'm telling you right now, he has offended the wrong people by doing this, taking this. Yeah, he's a West puppet, but this right here, I think, was a setup by the West to have an excuse to say that he's not focused on the war. So he's going to have two options. He's going to have two options. This is my honest opinion. Some of that Western aid money, take that money and get the hell out of Ukraine at night where no one finds him and you know, go hide somewhere in Europe or even come to America. Or he's going to disappear. He's not going to make it to the end of the year. I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. He'll be allowed to come to America. So, take some of that aid money that I'm pretty sure he's skimming off the top that, Joe Biden's giving to Ukraine. Him and his wife come to America, disappear that way. Or if he turns down that offer, he's gonna disappear. Yeah, posing for Vogue. This is a slap in the face. I mean, this is just a slap in the face. So I'm gonna say I don't think Zelensky is gonna be president of Ukraine by December end of this year. It's not gonna happen. Nah, this ain't gonna work. Per reports, the Ukraine top general's family are in the Swiss luxury hotels. Yeah. No, it doesn't work like that. It's nah. This ain't it. I'm telling you, he's pissing off the wrong money, wrong people, Willie. Especially people who are on the ground. Guys, give me 1 second. Guys, sorry about that, guys. I'm on daddy duty, so I was cooking lunch for man. So sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So yeah. No, he's gonna be removed. He's gonna have two options: either come to America with all your money, or he's gonna be physically removed. Okay, we'll put it like that. This is a mockery of his country. He's making a mockery of the soldiers who are fighting for Ukraine who are dying right now. And really, this whole war could have been avoided. This whole war could have been avoided. Basically, the UN told pretty much sold Zelensky and Ukraine a dream. Russia told Ukraine, "Don't play with us, or we coming." Ukraine continued to entertain the UN. Oh, I'm sorry, not the UN. Was it NATO? NATO. It was NATO. NATO. I'm sorry. It was either UN and NATO, both. But I believe it was NATO. It was NATO. I believe it was NATO. He continued to entertain NATO, and Putin was like, "We're not having it." So yeah, that's what's going on. But this right here ain't gonna work. I can tell you right now. So okay, we'll stop that. Okay. Yeah, it was NATO. Same thing, NATO, UN, whatever, same thing. So yeah, to the topic. So I keep hearing, and again, I want to watch my words very carefully. I understand there are hidden hands. I understand that there are economic hitmen who are involved in the affairs of foreign countries. I get that. But I'm hearing this IMF and economic hitman narrative a little too much. When Willie Fungo brought this up the other day, and he made a great point. The IMF is not stopping Africans from dominating certain industries, okay? They're not in the way. And I'll give you one. I'll give you an example of an industry. Trash, okay? The IMF is not stopping African nations from having clean streets and having proper proper functioning sanitation, trash department, or whatever you want to call it. IMF is not stopping that from just properly disposing of trash. I mean, the amount of trash I see sometimes when I'm traveling around Africa, it's embarrassing. And like I said, the IMF is not stopping that. Another one is the tourism industry. All right. I remember when I first went to Africa, I went to Tanzania. I went to Tanzania. And I remember I was in Arusha and I was seeing these nice safari mobiles and cars and safari trucks driving all throughout Arusha. It was by Leopard Tours. That's the name of the company, Leopard Tours. And I remember I asked the question, who owns Leopard Tours? And it was Indian, not African. Same thing in Kenya. Same thing in South Africa. Now, West Africa, it's a little bit of a balance or a mixture. Trash and sanitation requires infrastructure, brother. Dude, we don't want to overcomplicate trash and being clean and keeping your streets clean and making we don't want to overcomplicate keeping your streets clean. Like, let's not overcomplicate that. Let's not overcomplicate that. Let's not overcomplicate trash. Goodness. But let me get back to what I was talking about. So, same things in South Africa, a lot of Africa, the majority of Africa. But West Africa is like 50-50. And I'll say in my country of Sierra Leone, a lot of the tourism is controlled by the Lebanese, but then at the same time, there are some African tour operators, some few, in Sierra Leone. Nigeria, about the same. You have some Lebanese companies or non-black companies, and you have some Nigerian ones. But it's really, really evident in East Africa. African hands cannot handle trash, Linus. Oh my gosh. It's really evident in East Africa how tourism. And if you look at South Africa and you look at South Africa, you look at Kenya, those two countries bring in the most revenue or tourism dollars when it comes to countries in Africa. The number one visit tourist destinations in Africa and Egypt. And Egypt. We're looking at Egypt, Kenya, and South Africa. I believe South Africa is number one, Kenya number two, and then I want to say Egypt's like number three. But from what I noticed, in the two largest tourist markets in Africa, controlled by Europeans, well, not Africans. So again, there are just certain industries, low-hanging fruit that Africans can dominate, but we don't. And you can't blame the IMF on everything. Okay, a piece of chocolate leaving Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana and going to Hershey's, Pennsylvania, and then coming back to Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana as a Hershey's bar, marked up 1,000%. Whose fault is that? All that should be processed in Ghana. All of that should be processed in Cote d'Ivoire by local companies, and all that stuff should be being shipped globally. All of this cocoa, chocolate bars, whatever you want to call it, all of that should be done in-house, processed in-house, and then shipped globally. Same thing with diamond. A diamond comes from the Congo, gets shipped to Europe, gets the label or brand of Tiffany's put on it. It comes back to the Congo, marked up 50,000%. All that should be done in the Congo. We should be processing our own goods. And I'm not buying the we can't because of the IMF excuse. I'm not buying it. When it comes to our institutions, I mean, think about it. We brag about how the Greeks came to the Black Egyptians and taught the Greeks how to read and write or whatever. I mean, we brag about how we went to Europe and taught the Europeans how to bathe and, arithmetic and all this other stuff. But where are our institutions of higher learning at now in Africa? Again, where are our institutions of higher learning now in Africa? So again, we can't blame everything on the IMF. This idea that the white man is Thanos, we have to stop that we like to push and make excuses on everything. So like I said, certain industries we should just be dominating. There are certain industries that we should just be dominating, and we need to stop blaming the IMF on everything. Guys, I'm going to put the link in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, again, if you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to. That goes for hospitality. You look at Liberia, you look at Sierra Leone, you look at East Africa, South Africa, hospitality is controlled by non-Africans for the most part. I would say Ghana, Nigeria, especially Nigeria. Nigeria is the model of a Black-owned, Black-ran nation right now. In Nigeria, for the most part, everything's Black-owned. As far as accommodations, I can get everything from groceries to nice, proper accommodations, everything from a Nigerian in Nigeria. The airlines, even though Dana Air, I think another airline just closed in Nigeria because the gas is so high. Well, fuel is so high. But in Nigeria is the model. Yes, Nigeria has its issues, but Nigeria is the Blackest owned country where everything's Black owned for the most part on the planet. Nigeria. Yeah, Nigeria has a ton of airlines, but I know two just recently went under. And I've flown Dana Air before. I've flown Dana Air from Abuja to Lagos. And so I think they just went under. And Eric Air, I think, is having some problem as well. Dana closed because of safety? Really? They were trying to make it seem it was for the whole gasoline situation, oil situation. All right, Black Line, go ahead.
Oh, hey man, thanks for having me on the show. And kudos to the new trailer. I love the cover and I love the trailer. It was very well done, very good.
Thank you,
And
sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
oh, no problem, no problem. You did. I love the journey. I've been seeing you like for years when you went to Tanzania and Mali. It was really cool. But no, I absolutely agree. The main problem is with Africa. Like it's kind of like we talked about why a lot of Africans and our doctors are going to America and this and this. And it's kind of like I said before. The problem with Africans globally is that it's like the problem is that like the elephants in the room is you got a lot of us have this low self-esteem, white worship mentality because once you look at just like the history of Africa, we never heard the IMF. We trade with other cultures of other countries, but we ultimately trade with each other. That's what made Africa originally rich. We never had to rely on nobody else. The one things I hate about the religions I was given to was like Islam, Christianity, is the fact that we rely that we see them as higher level beings, and we think we automatically trust them more than we do with each other. At least African spiritual systems and African philosophy, it teaches you to trust your people more than anybody else, especially when on trials, as long as I have mutual understanding. And that's one of the main issues. Like you said, Africa literally built its own civilizations and its own communities from scratch, literally from scratch. No help from IMF, no World Banks, none of that. The problem is that a lot of us lost that prideful self-esteem, this and this. Like talk about the trash issue. It's like, okay, look what I think it was Sweden. They use, I think Sweden, some Northern European country, they use their trash as a form of fuel, as an energy source. And it got rid of the trash immediately. Their plan for the trash, for example, was so powerful, they went to other European countries to say, hey, can we have your trash because we use it as a form of energy fuel? Africa can really save its own skin so easily compared to Europe. What will you like? And that's what of us don't want. That's what of us don't want to. We can't see. We can't rely on ourselves, and that's the lowest. And the thing is low self-esteem because colonialism destroyed self-esteem. Slavery played a serious role in it. But honestly, I would say it's the religion on top of that. We can literally fix this. Like, come on. Every country, we said every country needs us. Every country needs us. We don't need them. And I want to love about Woody, like you, especially with Woody Maya. He showed how Africans from the continent, our younger generation, and Africans from the UK and America who went to Africa, and they start building their own businesses. They took the knowledge from America, the UK, or from the continent, and just start building their own business a lot more easier in the younger generation. Like the grocery stores or shoe stores, factories. Like, what's really our excuse? Africa literally has more power and more control compared to African Americans and America alone. Like I said, we have a low self-esteem and less prideful, and we're a race that really has no pride. We will literally bend over for a race that literally has done more for itself than we do. And this is why sometimes Africans we don't get the respect that we actually do deserve because we're not really going to the extent we need to. And the sad part is, unless Africans actually accept this, actually learn to do better and be better, and stop having this savior, Jesus savior mentality, we are the continent itself is always going to be the same because the only thing stopping us is us. That's all to say.
Yes, sir. Yeah, guys, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. If you have not hit the like button, please hit the like button. African Rattle, go ahead.
Yeah, hi guys. I find the topic interesting. I think the problem we have as black people, not just Africans, I think the problem we have is we are colorblind. White people say they are colorblind, but the real people who are colorblind is us. That explains the problem. Okay, when Dana said that in East Africa there's a lot of, okay, yes, there's a lot of companies that are, but that's the big companies, the tourist companies and all these companies, and maybe the manufacturing companies that are very Indian, and that's true. We need to have a, that's why, and there have been complaints about it by some MPs, and that's why we are developing a local content strategy. But the problem is it's being fought by some bourgeoisie people. Some of them are married to Indians, and the whole swirling nonsense is going on. So what happens is we are very colorblind, that we have this thing where we want to be morally fair to everybody, But the problem is, I can't go to India and get the same privileges. I can't go to India and start a business and be part of the dominant people doing business in India with my black skin. Okay, maybe I can because I'm a bit light skinned, but the average Kenyan black person maybe will not be able to. With that said, I think East Africa is doing well in terms of we have a lot of businesses that are black owned. Don't fall for the hype.
No. I
We have
agree, but I just think okay. Let me ask you this, African Rattle. In Kenya, what industry is black dominated? 'Cause I haven't been in a while. Last time I was in Kenya, I think it was
as
2015 or 16. So
the biggest industries in Kenya are the small SMEs and MSMEs. Most of them are black owned. SMEs, small and medium enterprises are black owned. The problem we have is the bourgeoisie class, like the Kenyatas, who own the most, are the ones who promote the Indians. They are friends with the Lebanese. They are friends with these other people. So the bigger companies that are in the stock market, you find they are owned by people who are not Kenyans. But the SMEs, who are the majority, who provide the most employment in the country, they are owned by blacks. So
mhm.
the struggle is how do we move from uh, getting the biggest companies from into black hands? But the problem is, I don't think it's a big problem because the biggest employers are black people. MSM, even the same thing in Tanzania. If I've been to Dar es Salaam, I've worked in Dar es Salaam. The MSMEs in Dar es
Right.
Salaam, in
The smaller mom and
Tanzania,
pop businesses. Right. Yeah. Right.
not just the mom and pop businesses, the businesses that are, what can I say, that hire about from 50 to 500 people. The big, large companies, like the thousands of
I don't,
employees, they are owned by
African Rattle,
Indians.
African Rattle. Not to, and sorry to interject. I haven't been to Tanzania since last time I was there was 2016. But I just all the major. It was similar to like when I was in Liberia. Like all the big companies
Yeah,
were all Indian owned, and then the smaller like mom and pops were of course were owned by locals. But
yeah,
I remember when I was in Tanzania, and when I first went, like 2011, 2012, I remember like even like some of the mom and pops in Dar es Salaam were non-Tanzanian owned. I remember specifically buying like chapati or something from an Indian lady, and all her employees were Tanzanian. Like, but she controlled the money. It was her restaurant. And then in
so
Zanzibar, and then in Zanzibar, like all the major hospitality hotels were all non-black owned. But go ahead, after
yeah,
Rattle. Sorry about that.
yeah. Tanzania is can be a bit different, but that was 2015, I guess, right?
Right. So things
Because
could have changed. Yeah, 2016, 2016.
now when Magufuli became the leader, he was a bit of a nationalist. So some things changed, but that's one of the reasons why he got killed. I believe that's probably because he was messing with a lot of the things that were going on. He was too much of a nationalist. He was pushing a lot of black stuff and all that. He was against vaccines. So some things changed, but I can't speak for Tanzania so much because I haven't worked there. I haven't been there for a long time. But I can speak for Kenya. I can speak for Rwanda and Uganda. I know those countries very well. And the bigger companies, the big companies, they are very foreign owned. But the MSME, the small, the SMEs and the MSMEs are black owned. But the reason is what we should have done as Kenya, for example. I'll speak for my country. People don't know the story of Idi Amin.
Right.
Idi Amin, he was ahead of his time. The thing is, in 1975, what he did is this. He was like, these Indians are coming here to dominate us. They need to go. So most of these Indians, when they went, they came to Kenya. That's why if you go to Uganda, even the bigger companies are Ugandan owned. So there's no so much Indian influence in Uganda like there is
Really?
in Tanzania or Kenya. Yeah, it's not so much compared to
Okay.
Kenya, compared to Tanzania.
I thought once Indian mean went on exile or whatever that the Indians came back.
Yeah, but there's still a stigma because when you get kicked out violently, like Idi Amin did, most of those guys came to Kenya and Tanzania. So yes, some of them went back because they were from there, because they built the railway. But it's not so big like in Kenya. For example, in Kenya, the manufacturing industry, the big manufacturing industries are very Indian. Same thing with Tanzania. But Uganda, not so much. Uganda, there's a lot of there's some European, there is some Lebanese, then there's a few Ugandans here and there in the manufacturing industry. So
Okay. Let's do
I
this.
think it's
Let's pass it. Let's pass it to K. Go ahead, K.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me. I know there's a lot of background noise right now, man. If you could put me in the backstage, give me just 2 seconds, man.
Okay. All right. No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dinos, yeah, thanks for having me. Well, the issue with Africans, there's so much, but I'm going to try to summarize it. Okay. The vast majority of Africans, they still live with a colonial mindset that they may not even know. I'm not even talking about the poor people. I'm talking about the politician, even the presidents. Okay. They still feel foreigners are better. That's what is right inside their subconsciousness. They really believe it's better to do business with a foreigner than their own people. It's still that colonial mindset of the white man is better. They will not accept it, but that plays in your mind. And if that mindset is not debunked, it's going to be like really difficult for Africans to see themselves as people who can come together as a group to do something. Okay. Africans, like the second thing is Africans are selfish. They need to realize that we are struggling over a minimum resource. So because of that, everyone is trying to be better than the next African. We're not trying to build a community, you know. So we're seeing ourselves as individuals. We're not seeing ourselves like a community. That's why it's easier for people who come into Africa as a group. They will easily defeat us because it just takes for you to meet just one person and tell him, okay, I'm going to make you rich, and you need to sell me these resources. You need to sell me the resources of your community. That African is going to do it because he sees himself as an individual. They don't see themselves as a group of people. That's the mindset of Africans that we need to debunk. And I'm not even only talking about the illiterate or the uneducated Africans, right up to the presidency. That's how these people think. They want to be like better. They want to be better than your next neighbor. That's why you see an African will go to his village that is really filthy and dirty, and he will want to build a mansion in his village. He does not think, well, it's better for me to develop my village, get good roads so everyone can live happily and clean, but he doesn't care. He want to go into that swamp, into that jungle and build a mansion so that everyone can see him as he's the better one. That's the mentality that is still killing Africa, and that's what these Europeans are taking advantage of. And if we don't really see that and try to debunk that, then we have a long way to go. Any group of people will come and take advantage of people who see themselves as an individual. That's the problem. So I'll just keep it for you now, and I'll let some other one say something.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, ready. Go ahead, ready.
Oh yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. No, I just say like what
Yes.
Okifa will say. The guy say like most of basically like in this generation like we are not business minded people like now like so we have to take example of the Nigeria. You see the Nigeria, I see them as a business minded people like the way they try to. I know some corruption still there, but they try to own their own business in Nigeria. Let's go to the main problem is our government. All those people in the power, them they want control all those things. They give advantage to the all those the Middle East people. Give them credit, give them all those things to have an advantage of over all other African people. So for us, like, this article I will just see. I don't know if you can see them. They talk about Congo auction land to oil to company. So they are selling land to a big company for oil. Why not they build to take this oil resource, build them themselves for the country benefit for the people? They don't do it, so they try to sell it to other people. But if you check very well, the people are selling those land in the jungle is those governments. They take their money to their pocket, they share it. So that's what is happening to all of us all over Africa. Like if you check in South Africa, what's the name again? Zuma. They daily make it with the India guy, Gunther family. I don't know if you hear about it. The families in the Saudi Arabia. They make some big deal, like over they loot South Africa over 100 million. I don't know amount, but it was loads of money. The South Africa, they want them to come back to South Africa for some to arrest them, basically, to arrest them, like, for what they did in South Africa. So basically, Zuma might take advantage to take his money, which is those good family business. They take they take their portion. So that's what is happening in Africa. Like, the problem is, like, we're not really business minded people based at moment, those young generation, like, so that's why it's costing us. Also, our government not helping us, nothing. So we prefer, like, so I don't know what to say. You can pass someone.
All right, go ahead, Global Citizen. Go ahead, Global Citizen.
Hey, can you hear me?
You're real low.
Okay, hold on a second. How about now? Is it better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, by the way, I'm Liberian. So, shout out to you, Danes. I think you're doing a great job.
Appreciate it.
Let's see. So, I'm of dual minds about this, right? On the one hand, the IMF is sufficiently culpable in the problems in Africa, right? They've done quite a bit. I mean, they that book that you featured, the what is it, essentially the testimony of an economic hitman, right? That book, I've read it before. It catalogs, or at least goes, basically it paints a picture of what the U.S. and other Western countries do through through the IMF, right? So it summarizes, it gives you a good understanding of what they do. Now, equally so, there is enough blame, there's enough culpability on the heads of all of us Africans, right? Individually, and most definitely the kind of leadership that we have in these different countries. It's I mean, everyone is essentially saying a little bit of the big picture. Like, it's everyone is basically everything everyone is saying is true, but and then some, and then there's more, right? I mean, I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole of stating most of the problem. I'd like to think, sort of imagine solutions, right? And some of the hard solutions that need to be made right now, some of the hard decisions, unfortunately, I don't think individual Africans, and definitely, our government, are ready and willing to take it. I mean, let's take, for instance, okay, I'm from Liberia. Let's look at Liberia. Let's take Liberia for a classic example. You have George Weah, right? If this guy had some sense, some real sense to, if he was really thinking, or at least if he really wanted to develop the country or take Liberia to the next level, like back in the day, there was something called the Green Revolution, right? I think it was during Tolbert, and I think maybe late Tubman era, and that kind of entered into the Tolbert administration. The Green Revolution was basically, Liberia and most Africans will eat rice, right? Rice is like our staple. Now, there is no reason why Liberia and most other African countries should be importing their staple food. Let's start with agriculture. Africa has some of the best, we have some of the best land, some of the best, everything, fertilized land, and so forth. There's no reason why these countries should be importing stuff that they need. So make some hard decisions. Say, look, within the next 3 years, we're going to ban the importation of, say, rice. We're going to ban it for at least within 3 years. After 3 years, we'll ban it for another 5 years, and that's the time that we're going to get. Everyone is going to have to come down on the ground and produce cassava, right? Cassava can be substitute. Cassava can easily substitute rice, right? Because it can be turned into so many different food crops. And that essentially what I'm saying is that's the kind of mentality that needs to go viral across Africa, right? And finally, there is no reason why a Chinese person, right, should go to Kenya, for instance, and start doing the street vending. All those small to medium-sized industry should be banned, period, and reserved for the locals.
Okay, can I just interject a little bit? Just
I'll stop.
Yeah. I want to bring somebody else on, but go ahead. You got 45 seconds. Go ahead. 45 seconds. Go ahead.
what does that mean?
You got 45 seconds. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kifaru.
Yeah, I was just talking about this importing food. This is a catch. Have you read this book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Diners? No, I think not, if you've not, yeah, just add it. Okay, what they did, like in most African countries, if you see what they export, they don't export just staples. We do a lot of cash crops. Those cash crops is to feed the European market. This is what these people have been doing. So what we eat, we don't cultivate. And when during colonization, they took the best fertile and level land to plant crops for export for the European market. So the land that is left for Africans is maybe it's not fertile, it's not a good topology, and we need to start reclaiming back those land and make food that we eat. Yeah, as just what the brother said. Like Kenya can't be selling cup flowers to the UK and importing rice. It makes no sense. They have a greenhouse, high-tech greenhouse, and they're selling cup flowers, cultivating cup flowers to give to people as gifts, and why they import rice, what they eat. So this is the kind of thing, like my country, we have big banana plantation, big palm oil plantation, but these things is for the European market. They have vast land for this plantation, and all this export is going to the European market. And what we eat as our staples, we have to import. So that's the kind of debt trap that we've been caught in, and we need to start reclaiming this land and producing our own staple. But we just need the right leadership and the right government who really know what's going on.
All right, go ahead, Shaka. Unmute yourself, Shaka.
Give thanks once again. Greetings, Brother Danas. Greetings to all the panel and those who are watching. Just to get into it straight away in terms of answering the question, the question requires us to engage in what is called a systems analysis, of our condition as African people, and also what the IMF is as an institution. The IMF, in and of itself, does not have the power to enable or retard the growth of Africans in industry or any other area of people activity. The IMF is one institution that is a part of a geopolitical entity known as the West, and it acts in the geopolitical interests of the West, and so it has a particular role and a particular function within that auspices. The reality is that we have had many African leaders, organization, movements, and so on and so forth, who move against and challenge the authority and the influence of institutions like the IMF and the World Bank and the World Trade Organization and so on and so forth, right? And their negative impact upon African people. So what happens is that because of the fact that the IMF is a part of that geopolitical entity, the other institutions such as the NATO, the World Economic Forum, and the various different military organizations of the various nations that govern these transnational, multinational institutions come in and muscle in, on the African agenda, all right? And so For example, you have a situation not so long ago in which a man by the name of Thomas Sankara was assassinated, principally because he refused to accept IMF loans and World Bank loans and French loans and American loans and so on and so forth, and was able, in fact, his government was able, in fact, to make the nation of Burkina Faso food self-sufficient within the space of 4 years. But because of many of the neighboring nations of Mama Africa at that time were in the pocket of the French, the British, and the Americans, a situation was able to be created whereby he was able to be taken out. Yes, and so the IMF steps into that breach. Yeah. But that's already after you got French intelligence, American intelligence, British intelligence, and their relative militaries already affecting the situation. So the problem is that oftentimes we form our analysis outside of a systems analysis, and that's partly because we're not engaging in political education, and we are dealing with economics divorced from politics, when the IMF is an economic institution that is forwarding the political agenda of the geopolitical entity known as the West. So unless we are developing among ourselves African and revolutionary Pan-African political education through which to develop revolutionary Pan-African political agendas that go beyond national borders that were created by colonizers across our diaspora, then we are not properly forming an analysis of these situations, and we are not going to be able to withstand the machinations of an institution such as the International Monetary Fund or any others that geopolitical entity known as the West sends our way.
Okay, if I may, right? I agree with.
Yeah, go ahead, and go ahead, and we'll pass the gas them up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like what the brother just said. And the thing is, I would like to add to it, because in Africa we are obsessed with this idea of adding value to our agricultural things. Every country says it, and I'm like, okay, so we are adding value because I'm a farmer myself. I've tried to export stuff, and the thing is, so many African farmers, we try to export things, and then we are told by these European markets that the standards are not there, blah blah blah. But we think it's the standards, but it's really they're boycotting our stuff. And the thing is, all of us are trying to add value to stuff, and I'm like, where are we selling it? Because if you're adding value, all this adding value stuff is these guys buy from us in raw form to add value. So you think they're gonna buy our stuff when it's added value? They're not. So the thing is, the solution is what African leaders have done after they've woken up, which is AFCFTA. But the challenge is the market is this. That's why we need. Somebody was criticizing the importation of food by Kenya and other countries, and it's like we have to import some stuff. Every African country cannot produce the same stuff. We cannot have a rice industry in every country. We need to import from, for example, we import a lot of stuff from Uganda. Some Kenyans criticize it, and I'm like, we need to have different things to buy from each other. You understand? If all of us are growing the same stuff, we will not be able to trade. It's just simple. And the IMF thing is like, yes, IMF is an Western body, it's a Western machination, but to be honest, we are the ones who enable it because we don't check our governments. We have these grandiose plans. For example, in Kenya, we have this construction going on everywhere, and all of it is on debt, and all of it is crazy. Like, we are very crazy on this. We're trying to make Kenya Europe through debt, and it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable at all. So I'm happy the next government that is coming in, which I hope they go in, they're going to stop the borrowing. They have promised it. So I think there will be change in Kenya. So I'm optimistic about that.
Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. If you have not hit the like button, do me a favor. Hit that like button. Gas them up. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, Dynasty? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Okay, man. Yo, shout out to Dynasty, everybody on the panel, Black Lion, excellent as always. Shout out to my brother Kifaro. I know we argue all the time. Great points, especially what Black Lion was saying. Definitely shout out to you, Shakara. I'm over here in the States and going back and forth to Africa. Definitely watch you a lot on Speaker's Corner, especially you, Gary, two of my favorite speakers on that Speaker Corner. And rest in peace to our brother Issa. You know what I'm saying, man? Allah be pleased with him. So
Please,
definitely,
please,
yeah,
please,
you know.
yes.
So we feel, you know, I feel you over on this side. You dropping good facts, especially the debates you had with the elder, the Muslim elder. I forgot the brother's name, but yeah, you know, yeah, brother Danjuma, Uncle Danjuma, yeah. I was, you know, he was getting at him. You know what I'm saying? But you know, shout out to Uncle Danjuma as well. So I sent Dice, I don't know, because I know you be busy, man, but I sent you some stuff with the IMF. So I'm assuming, let me not be arrogant, but I'm assuming that might be why you talked about this video, because some of the stuff I sent you. So I don't know if you got the chance to see it, but I sent you a video, Dynas, with the IMF program that was implemented in Nigeria during the 80s with Ernest Shonakan, right? I'm saying in my American accent. So the reason, and in that email I told you, I said, look, these so-called men in power implement these tools, right? These machinations of the West, as the brother so eloquently put it, and now they're dead and gone, right? That's that joke in economics. In the long run, we're all dead. Now they're dead and gone, and we have to live with the nonsense that these people created. And I think that's something that we don't really contend with, because we don't even ask ourselves first. And this is what someone like Fela Kuti was trying to tell us. Who are we? What is our role as Africans on this earth? Are we all going to develop and try to be like Japan and copy the West and this? Right? That's the first thing I think we're not asking ourselves on a psychological level. What are we here to contribute? So I just got a few points quickly, and I'm going to end. The brother brought up a great point about, you know, farmers trying to export their goods to the West, right? As a farmer, even when I'm in Nigeria and I try to, for example, Dynas, he had a video where he said, what was it, Dynas? Kilichi, it changed your life, right? Remember the kilichi you ate with the Igbo brother in Abuja? Oh, hold on, somebody gotta mute their mic. Dynas, I think it might be your mic. Yeah, your mic is acting up. Is it me or is it Dynas's mic?
I think it's Dynas. It's Dynas. We can't hear Dynas. There's something wrong with this mic.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Dynas. I sound with your mic. Yeah, you're getting the feedback with the microphone. Plug it in and plug it out. But yeah, so the brother was talking about you know, exporting, and that's something that we have to contend with. I posted on the back chat. Shakara, if you can check the back chat, man, if you send your email, I appreciate that. But I posted on the back chat a quote from Kwame Nkrumah, where Nkrumah, in his book on neocolonialism, breaks it down as to what he was facing. You guys remember, how did they bankrupt Nkrumah? They bankrupted cocoa, right? And so I think the key mistake that we're making as Africans is that, again, we don't realize, who does global trade actually benefit? This idea of global trade, remember when the Europeans came to the Chinese with Marco Polo and all these people, the Chinese said, oh, that's great, but you know, we don't need you. And of course, what did the Europeans do? They created the Opium Wars, forced China to get into their market. When the Japanese said, you know, it's cute, but we don't need you, what did Commodore Perry do? Started shooting guns at them. Scared the living crap out of the Japanese. So global trade has always, from its inception, benefited them. What has benefited Africa, according to my little research, has been intra-Africa trade, right? It's been, you look at Mansa Musa, you look at Benin, you look at old Zimbabwe, you look at Sliwa on the eastern coast of Africa. You look at all these places that we can talk about, even Egypt. You look at all these places that we can talk about in terms of building wealth within Africa. All these kings we mentioned, they never did global trade, right? What their trade was intra-Africa trade. That's what they practiced, and that's what they did. So, you know, perhaps we have to figure out, how do we promote intra-Africa trade? You know, I was mentioning the kilichi. You can't export kilichi, which is basically beef jerky, really good beef jerky. The USDA will not allow you to bring that over to the United States. I don't know if it's like that in the UK or if it's like that in Europe. You know, I know Kifaru and Shakaraka talk better on that. Another quick point, is that when we talk about debt, the brother mentioned that borrowing money. There's a great book we can check out called Debt, the First 5,000 Years by David Graeber. And one thing that you'll find interesting, I was talking about this on the last show I was on with the rating agencies. When the U.S. is able to float a bond or a treasury, the rating agencies give these guys all kind of favorable, ratings. Yet when you look at the amount of debt owed by the United States and debt owed by the UK, these bonds and treasuries should be definitely not A ratings. They should at least be B- or B+. Yet no African government has the ability to float a bond and effectively finance their day-to-day and their future operations the way that the people in Europe can. So we don't know how to contend with that. Like, I don't think we understand that we don't have that capacity. We can if we get a strong taxpayer base. And again, we're going to have to float these bonds internally. So I'll end with that. I will, maybe it gets a pushback. Hopefully, Dynasty Mike is fixed.
You have actually very good points. Like, the problem is that like the thing is, like, we talk about exploiting Africa to the world, but in reality, we kind of need to exploit Africa to its own people. Like, when's the last time you ever heard Nigeria trade with Ethiopia or the Congo trade with Rwanda? Africans really rely on foreigners way too damn much to the point where we really think we're helpless people. And
I think that's the point.
The long-term fish, like, and that's the long-term image and problems that we do not want to discuss. And those are the biggest elephants in the room. Like, we look at China; they are colonized by by Japan and the British. And what's the first thing they did? They destroyed China's economy to submit to someone work for them or be in their control of colonialism. But after the Chinese got together and say enough is enough and kicked both of them out and went through 20-year famine and debt, the people in the rulers, regardless of being like the communists, they said the leader said enough is enough. We got to do something. It's time. We got to make sure it doesn't happen again.
But Brother Black Lion, I just want to quickly put out, and I've said this before on another channel, with the China thing, and shout out to China, but I think we have to be very careful with China, Japan, and all of these Asian countries. Keep in mind, China was selected by Nixon. Ironically, the minute the African Americans were kicked out of the labor force, in the sense that the trade unions and large capital said, you know what, we no longer want to have inner city factories for African Americans. Where did they go? Capital went to China. So in many ways, yes, China, they did some good things, but let's not act as if they were not selected. They were selected by Western capital. They could have easily taken those factories and put them in Ghana, and Ghana and Nigeria would be in the same position that China's in today. Again, I'm not discounting what you're saying, but I think sometimes we're too hard on ourselves as African people, not understanding that China was selected actually at the expense of African Americans.
Yes.
African Americans were not able to have inner city factories after 1970. Nixon says, "Hey, I'm going to go open up deals with China," which allows China to create, the opportunities that they were able to create.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm just using that as an example because the one thing about the other nations, like there was one Vietnamese guy during, I think, the Vietnam War. There was Ho Chi Minh. He studied, I thought was it Chinese leader? I forgot. He was an Asian brother who learned from Marcus Garvey about nationhood, and they used the Pan-African nationhood speeches he would go to see Garvey back in the day, and he used that nation of power to empower Vietnam, and even China got some of Garvey's influence. Like, a black man influenced Chinese, Asian people from Vietnam and China to become the nation today. Can you imagine we apply that same mentality into Africa as a whole? And that's the problem. It's the low self-esteem and the low and we have enough pride in ourselves. And that's one thing a lot of Africans don't want to hit at because, like I said, because the thing is, we're a lot. I know as black people, regardless of where we're from, we do not like being uncomfortable. We do not want to get out of our comfort zone and figure out.
Hey, Black Lion, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me now?
It's kind of
much better.
It's still like rattling your mic.
Yeah,
I think it's rubbing against your shirt though, but it's much better.
Okay, hold on. Let me. But go ahead and continue. Go ahead and continue.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's the biggest elephants in the room. Like this, we like shit. Like Africa got so much resources, it's literally ridiculous. Like we need Africa needs to exploit Africa to its own people in every nation. Like what's so crazy. That's why at the minute something's wrong with their country, they want to go to the UK or America. Why? What's this with obsession with the UK and with Europe and America? Because that's in the form of colonialism. That's all they were taught, thanks to essentially the effects of neocolonialism. Like, why don't you go?
But brother, do you say the same thing to the Indians and the Chinese? And then other immigrant groups? Do you say the same thing to other immigrant groups who are leaving their countries? And again, I'm not making excuses for Africa, but let's keep in mind, it's not only Africans leaving their so-called countries, because like I say all the time, if you pull up the independence documents that were given to Nigeria and Ghana, they don't have the word independence on it. It says to continue the Queen's dominion. Yes. So none of us here are uneducated. Dynast, Shaka, if we give you guys a document that says, Shakara, you're free, and it says to continue Dynast dominion, would you sign that document?
Not at all, and that's part of the issue, right? So often we have the conversation separating the politics from the economics, and I do want to challenge somewhat, or maybe contextualize the idea that we don't challenge our governments. And I think that we have to be mindful of the fact that a generation of us were in fact doing that and experienced nothing short of terrorism in relation to it, right? And as the saying goes, history is best qualified to reward all research. One of the most beautiful examples of this, and also one of the most sad and terrifying, is the fact that after Patrice Lumumba was assassinated in 1961, a man by the name of Pierre Molele and others, including his wife, Leonie Abo, who's still alive actually, began a rebellion in the Congo against the regime of Mobutu Sese Seko, who was backed for 30 odd years by the Americans in particular, and they were challenging his regime and his policies, his brutal policies in the Congo, and were able to take back militarily in the region of about half the Congo. And the Congo is a very big nation, so that's no small feat. But the reins of that battle and the benefits of that rebellion swayed towards Mobutu with the intervention of America, who sent their military, at that time to fight on behalf of Mobutu. The point I'm making is that Africans have been challenging our governments, not just on the continent, but in the diaspora for generations. It just so happens that the machinery of the state, which is often backed by, again, this geopolitical entity that we call the West, happens to be better resourced. And so part of the reason why we're unable to challenge that as it stands right about now is because we have not established what our political agenda, what our political objectives. Whereas that generation, they were clear, they were fighting a colonialist, a neo-colonialist, and an imperialist power structure. We have analysis now that simply talks about getting into business, right? And doing better business. And so it's as though we feel like we're going to better ourselves globally as a people without confronting these institutions, without having to do the dirty work of exposing politically their machinations and actually doing the due diligence in terms of dissecting the system and how it works and how it functions and how its tentacles are weaved into our systems and actually undoing those systems and creating new systems. So it's a part of all of that. We're not looking at we could look at Nigeria in isolation and say, well, business is going on here, but then we're not looking at that in concert and in relationship to Kenya and in relationship to Congo and in relationship to South Africa and in relationship to Sudan and so on and so forth, when in fact the geopolitical entity known as the West, that is exactly what they do. They act in concert. They act in relationship to America, in relationship to Britain, in relationship to France, in relationship to Australia, in relationship to Canada. And we feel like we're going to challenge them by just doing good business in Jamaica, or doing good business in Trinidad, or doing good business in Brazil, or doing good business in Nigeria or Congo or South Africa. And so we have to set our global agenda, and challenge the institutions that are currently in those power positions from the base of establishing that global agenda. And
let's pass it to Peso, man. Go ahead, Peso. Peso, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. The first off, answering your question, the title of your podcast, the answer is yes. And the reason why the answer is yes is because you have to understand something. Africa will cannot defend itself. It will never be able to defend itself. So, in other words, the
Well,
IMF will
don't say never. I
continue.
don't like when people say it would
Well,
never. I
well,
don't
well,
like that
well,
statement.
well,
No.
well,
Oh,
well.
Kifar, don't cut him off, man. Let him finish with them.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I don't think in our lifetime or in your children's lifetime or in your grandchildren's lifetime, Africa will ever be able to defend itself. And when you cannot defend yourself, then that means somebody is going to take advantage of you. They cannot build industries. They can't build anything because the first thing you have to do as a country is defend yourself. Because if you're not able to defend yourself, someone will take your stuff from you. Simple as that. So all this talk about doing this, creating industries and all that other stuff, Africa can create all types of industries. If they don't have a mechanism in place to protect their industries, to protect them from thieves and crooks and criminals in the West, they're going to always be at the bottom. And I'm done.
Okay.
Speaking of defense, what would it take to build a continental army?
Yeah, this is the thing. With in Africa, we have challenges. Okay, we have so many challenges that I think we are doing. We have come a long way. We've come a long way, and the rate at which we are developing, we're making progress. In no time, we're going to catch up. We just continue. We need the right leadership. My issue is the present leadership. These people they're still within the colonial mindset, and we can't depend on these leaders. We always say our government, our government, our government. These people are not the people to lead us, and we need to have our own strategy to see how we can elect the best leaders. Not everyone in Africa is conscious, and sometimes the ones that are not conscious are the ones that trying to run for offices to be people to make decisions, and that is the problem. And these are the weaklings that this my brother called them this foreign entity always use to continue to exploit Africa. If we don't have the right leadership, no matter what we do, it'll be difficult for us to make any progress. You may have the best business idea, the whatever, the best inventor, but if you come to a country where the political atmosphere is not favorable, your idea is just going to die. So I say, most of us, like Africans, the young one, we should get involved in politics. Your business idea is good, but for your business idea to succeed in your country, you must be involved in politics. I think that's what some of us we not want to be part of because we think it's not for us. No, just because we think it's not for us, that's why we allow anyone to be any politician and make decisions for us. And we know these people are not capable. They're not even up to the task. So I say, young Africans, you need to get into politics. That's the only way we can make decisions to better up the African continent.
Okay, so to answer the question at hand, um, the IMF is a good resource for African countries to use, right? I'm not denying that the IMF in the past may have interfered in African politics and stuff like that. But the biggest thing about the IMF in different loans from countries like China is that it's almost like a business loan, right? If you get a business loan in the US, they're going to ask you to use some type of collateral on that business loan so that if you default on the loan, they'll have a way to get their money back from that loan. So it's very similar policies when you're talking about the IMF in China and things of that nature. But the whole point of a business loan is to use that money to build your business so that you can pay it back and that you can survive on your own. And that is pretty much a very similar reason as these loans that African countries get from China and the IMF. The purpose of those loans is to build infrastructure so that you can have a way to increase the GDP and the economy of your country, so you can pay the loan back, and that you can, be able to sustain your country on your own. So if you
Does
have,
that happen in America, sir?
that's what happened in America.
You see,
Even in
the
Singapore,
narrative.
It's not what
Wait,
happened
hold
in
on, Kifa, I
Africa.
want to ask you a question. The narrative you painted, right, is a great narrative, and it's very economically strong and sound. But my question is, do Americans and Westerners take their own medicine? So when you look at the current debt levels that the United States owes, when you look at the current debt levels that the EU and the UK owe, are they also held to the same standards? Because they're floating bonds and treasuries. And if you really think about it, America doesn't have enough assets to cover its loans. So what's sustaining the American economy? It's not because it's the greatest place to do business. Quite frankly, in many rankings, America is not even in the top 20 or the top 30 places to do business in. So, it's kind of like, why is it that they always prescribe these things to us, but they never? So, for example, and I'll let you continue. I didn't mean cut your wisdom. Like, they'll come to Africa and say, "Oh, don't subsidize the petrol, don't subsidize the farmers." But America, we live out there. Idaho is nothing but subsidies. So much so that everything they put ethanol in all our gasoline.
Exactly.
So it's just
Beautiful
the
point.
most
Beautiful point.
interesting thing that these people tell us, as we say in Nigeria, do as I say, not as I do.
Right. Well, I think in ways, America does, subscribe its own medicine. Like the example that I gave for a business loan, right? If you get a business loan, most business loans in America, you have to put up some type of collateral. Let's say like a house or an asset, a big asset that you own. And if you don't pay that loan in a certain amount of time, then most likely the bank, after exhausting all options to get that loan paid back in the agreed amount, in the agreed time that you're supposed to pay the loan back, then they're going to seize your assets that you use as collateral. And so in that case, it's pretty much a similar concept, right? As far as, the thing about Africa and the politicians and the loans that they have is, I mean, it's 50 something countries, right? Every country's situation is not the same. So you do have a lot of African countries that have renegotiated, IMF loans and Chinese loans. And the good thing about the loans that the Chinese were offering is it actually forced the IMF to kind of change some of their policies with their loans to give more favorable loans, because the Chinese were giving more favorable loans than the IMF was. So yeah, I do think, like I said, historically, I mean, there is proof of the West interfering politically and with the government and stuff like that. I mean, I don't have any research of that happening recently, like within the last 20 years. And another thing I did want to speak on that someone mentioned earlier about the African countries, or importing food rather. So most sub-Saharan countries honestly do not have a huge food import it or food export issue, a food import issue, right? So if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, the four countries that make up that actually have a food export or a food import, that actually do most of the food importing would be Nigeria, Angola, DRC, and Somalia. But when you talk about those middle income countries like Botswana, Seychelles, South Africa, Namibia, Gabon, Ghana, Kenya, and countries like that, a lot of these sub-Saharan countries actually export more food than they import, or they almost export more food
Question, my
than they
brother. But
import.
based upon your research, yeah, the
Mhm.
nations that you just named that have a higher export rate than import rate as far as food is concerned,
Mhm.
are those nations considered food self-sufficient,
How would you find food self-sufficient?
able to grow enough food to feed the masses of the people?
Yes, I would say they are. And I would say that I will also put a caveat on that. So depending on the country, it may be one or two food sources that they actually export. So for example, Ghana exports more food than it imports, but one particular crop, which is rice, is one food export, or one food that they do import from other countries. But everything else, I mean, rice is only an aspect of your diet. Most of Ghanaian meals, outside of like jollof, I mean, most of their meals they use fufu, and a couple other things like fufu, banku, and these type of things as their starch for their meals. So, I just wanted to clarify, there are a lot of countries in sub-Saharan Africa that export more food than they import. And the point that somebody made about African trade, I do think that's a big opportunity, and I do think that we should, trade with each other. The only issue with that now is it's going to be very difficult for Africans to trade on the continent amongst groups that are landlocked countries. So if you look at Africa, you have a lot of countries that they are landlocked, and they're separated with other countries, and it's extremely difficult to trade to those countries in particular because of the infrastructure issue. And so, in my opinion, the biggest key to this whole thing is getting the infrastructure built so that we can easily, transport goods to other countries that are landlocked, right? Because the biggest thing about the biggest thing about a country is that it's a partnership, usually between the government, the military, and the business people in that country, the capitalists that some people say. So you need that partnership. You need to increase education. You need infrastructure. You need to make sure you can control your food and control your own energy. But all of these things.
Not to interrupt you, like last
Hold
time
on,
when we
one second before we get too far. Artifact of War. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Artifact of War. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dynas. Salute to the panel. Yeah, great topic. All I want to say here is we cannot bring about change by working on the micro level. We need to start at a micro level. That's our problem. We need to work on the prototype. And once the prototype works, when it has been tested, then we can implement at the macro level. We are here on the panel. Dynas is doing already a great job to bring Africans and African American together on the platform. But what I've been seeing is we do not follow up. We do not work with each other. We have Kenyans, we have Cameroonian, we have Nigerian from all over Africa. But what we need to do is we actually need to get into action. But we need to stop talking too much, but get into getting the job done. What I mean by that is if we want to bring change, change is not going to come from the IMF. The IMF has been created to enslave and to keep African poor. I agree with Dynast. It is a shame when we go all over Africa and we see the amount of trash, right? It has nothing to do with the IMF. So individually, personally, we need to change. We need to improve personally before even going on the macro level, on the bigger level. So what we need to do here, like I said, is very simple. Let's pick a country, right? A small country, and we're going to say, okay, we have a brother who is from, let's say, for example, Togo. We're going to say, okay, brother, we're going to work with you. We're going to bring you the resources that you need. We're going to get into politics. We're going to pick a guy in Togo. We're going to finance the guy. We're going to work with him. We're going to bring him all the resources so he can excel and get to whatever, even president of Togo, right? For example. And if he gets there, we will have making sure that all the action plan, all the things that we wanted to be changed, that guy we picked is going to work with us to make sure that Togo is working for the Togolese people and not for the international community, for his country first. Because we have too many puppets running the country, and they are there to fill up their pockets and working for the, for the Westerners. They are not working for Africans. We know that. So we need to get into action. We need to select the people among us here on the panel. We can say, hey, brother, which country are you from? Let's connect. Let's do something together. We have guys, I have a brother earlier who said he's doing into agriculture. What are we doing after the show? Do we follow up? Do we do anything? Or do we just talking and then the next day we come back and keep talking? I mean, I'm not seeing action. We need real, tangible action on the ground. Dynast is making things happen. He's make action. We see that. We see the result of his work. But I'm just sick and tired to hear we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to go up and down, but there's no real change. We don't see anything. We need to start with an action plan. We need to start at a micro level. We need to have a prototype. We need to test the prototype. And once the prototype works, we need to move forward on the macro level. Mali is a great example on how we should be moving. But we need to conscientize the people. We need to educate the people. We need to fight against our own ignorance. This is what Dynast is doing. So I'm going to stop here and jump later. So I got a whole lot on my mind right now, but I'm going to stop right here.
Nah, preach, man. That was good. That was very good.
I just have a question for the panel real quick. How do these countries develop without some type of loans from other countries, organizations like the IMF or benevolent rich people?
Okay,
Gonna give them money for that?
I can answer that. It's simple. Why do they need the loan for? What do they need the loan for? For what? Don't they have resources? Listen, don't they have resources they can sell and get the money? Why do they need the loan? Can you answer me?
I just told you infrastructure. They need the money.
The problem with the answer of infrastructure, though, is that many of the times when you're dealing with these loans, in particular the structural adjustment programs, they come with clauses that prevent the investment into infrastructure because they want you to invest in things that are supposed to make money, which results in you having to open up your market to foreign imports, right? And them kind of things there. So if it was the case that the money could be spent on infrastructure, then that wouldn't be so bad. The only way to actually make loans work on behalf of African people is for us to empower ourselves to have some say in terms of the terms of the loan. That's the only way to do that. And the only way to accomplish that kind of power is through critical mass of people organization. That's it. Yeah, there's no other way around this, because we have a situation at the moment, and contrary to what my brother said earlier, with all due respect, in relation to whether the West has intervened within Africa in the last 20 years, we have a situation in which 13 African countries are paying over 500 billion pounds annually into the French central bank, under the auspices of this thing called the CFA franc. We have a situation right about now whereby the nation of Rwanda is considered to be, fast growing in an economic bastion in Africa. And one of its biggest exports is cobalt and coltan, of which it doesn't have any. Why? Because it has been empowered by Britain and America in particular to exploit the nation, its neighboring nation of the Congo, right? We have situations in the last decade whereby the French have literally replaced governments and presidents and heads of state in French-speaking West Africa. So that is a part of the reason that is a part of our current situation at the moment. And unless we are able to amass the kind of people power to challenge and overthrow the neo-colonial nature of our governance, our politics, and our economics, then there's no possibility of loans working in our favor. Power is the only argument that satisfies man. And we're never going to be able to get these loans in our favor unless we exercise and amass a certain level of people power among ourselves. And finally, because I do have to run shortly, I will say that all of our good work is beautiful. And I love it. I do agricultural programs. I invest in some on the continent and in the Caribbean, and in businesses, and we have other programs in educational and so on and so forth. But unless all of that is connected to a global revolutionary Pan-African vision that is seeking to empower us as a people and as a geopolitical entity, then we are not going to solve these problems to the extent that we need to. There is no solution in just going along to get along and seeking to get a better piece of the pie of the geopolitical system governed and controlled by the West as it stands right about now, simply because we are afraid to confront them. We need to overcome our fear and understand that the liberation that we seek is going to require us, it's going to require us to confront these forces and understand that we are in a position of warfare. And unless we are engaging in a war analysis, then we are not engaging in a solution-oriented conversation. Once again, give thanks for the conversation. I will depart shortly. Thank you.
No,
Can I go?
Well, 1 second. Let's pass it to Jay. Go ahead, Jay. Jay, are you there? Jay. All right, go ahead, Black Lion, then we'll pass it to Moochie.
Okay, yeah, just real quick though. One thing we need to understand is, like, in African history, they never had created the concept of loans. Before the invention of the dollar existed, we know Africans only did trade. They traded gold for agriculture for infrastructure. We always had this form of trading where we had no concept of loans, because the sad part is, like we all know from basic business, a loan is nothing but a long-term debt. People know that you can never eternally pay back. So ultimately, it's a trap. It's a long-term trap. And one thing as Africans sometimes we need to question ourselves is, like, how is your Chinese or Indian dollar good enough for my country? How can I use this in the long term for my people? How is your loan really going to help me in the long term? Yes, I might got something out of it, but I still got eternally being your debt for something that's for something so minuscule. We need to start seeing. Africans need to start seeing the value within their own selves, especially with their resources, because it's the problem. Because that's, like I said, the first revolution is literally in the mind, and that's one thing we need to start with, because in the long term, if we keep relying on the IMF or other nations to keep for their dollars and their bills and their loans, Africa is going to crumble so easily. It'll be sad. And this is one thing we need to start seeing as see value in each other, and probably go back to the original way we do business and trading. Because loans in the long run, it doesn't help any nation. It's damn sure ain't helping the continent altogether. And we just go back to like.
Oh, I'm gonna cut you off. I was just gonna say I wanted to respond after Moochie. Dynasty, I want to respond after Moochie.
That's fine, no problem.
All right, hey Dennis. So the short answer to your question is no. The IMF does no harm to the African countries. The fact of the matter is, it's African governments that go begging for loans. And why do they do that? They do that because they can't balance their budgets, right? So if you can't balance your budgets and you can't pay salaries, or you can't pay some obligations, then they go to the IMF and go to the World Bank. And they say, hey, we need loans. And then the IMF brings in their guys, right? And they work with the central bank, guys working at the central bank, and figure out, okay, how much loans they can offer and extend and all that. But when the IMF gives you loans, they have what is called conditionalities, right? So they put conditions on those loans, right? Just like if a business in the US goes to get a business loan, in the banks, they have what are called debt covenants. Some of us need to learn about these things. There's what are called debt covenants. So the bank, that means they have access to your books at any point, right? And you have to present financial statements periodically, right? They want to see your cash flow. They want to make sure you'll be able to pay the interest, right? And also, they want to make sure that you don't take additional debt, which would jeopardize their collateral, right? Because initially they need collateral in case the loan goes bad. They've got something to take, right, to recover some of their money. So, and they want to make sure you don't take additional loans. Now, what's the difference between the IMF loans and the Chinese loans? IMF loans are for short-term, mostly short-term budgetary support. So that's like, just ordinary expenditures. Now, the Chinese, they're giving loans for infrastructure and all that, which is good. The only problem with the Chinese loans is that the Chinese, they don't put any conditions. So if you might say, hey, we're borrowing 1 billion for these roads and all that, but the government officials can take 300 million, 400 million, put in their pocket, and the Chinese won't care about that. So in a way, the IMF and the World Bank loans are actually better because they're doing the monitoring to make sure that the money is being used wisely and everything is kind of above board. There's more accounting in terms of the IMF. So I think in general, loans are not a bad thing. Let's discount that. I know somebody's talking about loans. Loans are not a bad thing because
I would like to interject.
Let me finish. The loans.
I was going to respond after Moochie.
Okay. Let me finish. You know why? Loans are not a bad thing because that's actually how companies grow, by taking on debt. The The problem is if you use debt for the wrong reason, right? Because if you take, okay, what it is simple. You borrow $1,000. Let's suppose the interest is 10%. That's $100 a year, right? Now, if you invest in something with that $1,000, that gives you more than $100 a year. You're a beneficiary of the loan. That's how it's intended to be. But if you take the 1,000 and use it to go drinking, you can't go blaming and say, "Oh, this credit company is bad," or "A loan is a bad thing." No, it's how you use the loan. But a loan is what it creates what is called leverage in financial terms. Okay, leverage. That means you actually, you know how levers are when you're playing when you're young. That means you
Brother
use
Mucci, I think we know what leverage is. I think everybody on this panel is well read, Brother Mucci.
I'm explaining it to those who don't, because I hear a lot of talk. People saying, "Oh, loans are bad, loans are this." That means people, they don't understand the purpose of a loan when you talk like that. And
I don't think anyone said that loans were bad, Brother Mucci. We didn't say that on the panel.
Somebody did say that. Black Lion
It was within a context. No, it was within a context. He was talking historically. Black Lion was talking in historical context that within Africa, we did not trade amongst ourselves based on loans. For example, Mansa Musa's empire was largely Islamic. In Islam, a loan is hold on, brother. Let me say it.
We don't need you to explain, bro. We don't need you to
No, you just let him explain and you didn't complain. Slow down. In Islamic society, a loan is considered haram. Charging with interest is haram. In Hebrew society, it is forbidden to charge an interest with loan. Even in the early Christian Europe, usury, they had laws against usury. But I'm not contending with Mucci's argument about loans. Mucci is a neoliberal free market economist, and that's okay for his position. And so are you, Pan-African capitalists. That's great. No one's fighting you guys on that. All I will say is simple, because I wanted to say something for Brother Shakara and the people on the panel. That's why I wanted to respond. All I will say to what you gentlemen are espousing is maybe you're correct. However, if you read the history from people like Nkrumah, who wrote about their experiences dealing with the West, if you look at the life of Sankara, if you look at even, dare I say, someone like Sani Abacha, who was resisting the IMF, they have a much different experience. They were in positions of power. They ran countries. You two gentlemen are phenomenal people, but you didn't run countries. They had a different experience with what you guys are saying. So perhaps those leaders are wrong and they were crazy. Who knows? But I don't want to get into that. I just want to say something very quickly. My contention, and I hope I want to hear from Shakara and Dynas and Kifaru, is that we quite often, and I talked about this on the last time I was on the panel, we say Africa is importing food, and there I copy someone like Dr. Sabi, and he's controversial. But when I was young and I first heard him, I said, "This guy's crazy. What do you mean Gary is imported into Africa? What do you mean cassava is not native to Africa? We've been eating Gary for years as Anisoko man. Is he stupid?" That's what I said, and I was arrogant and ignorant in my assumption of my African identity. However, upon the research, one will find out that during the so-called Columbian Exchange, West Africa was flooded with a number of crops, chiefly maize, chiefly tomatoes, and cassava, which were brought during the slave trade, because one of the chief complaints of European enslavers was that the Africans that were brought to the coast for the genocide, the so-called slave trade, the genocide, was that they were not large and bulky enough. So they brought in, even the word, dare I say, yam, is controversial, because yam might be of Portuguese origin, because it comes from the Portuguese word inyami, which means to eat. My whole premise of saying all of that is this. In Nigeria right now, in West Africa right now, we have grains. All over Africa, we have traditional grains, millet, we have acha, we have or what they call fonio. We have so many grains. And fonio is one of those grains that is almost like manna from heaven, or manna from heaven, because it can grow in any soil. You don't need to harvest it or do anything. You literally just sprinkle it and it will reproduce itself. We have all these grains that are traditional. We have leaves, traditional leaves, traditional crops. We have an air yam. We have the cocoa yam. We have all these things that can be used to make flour for bread, that can be used to substitute our importation and reliance on corn and our reliance on a lot of these foods that are actually brought to us by the Europeans, yet no one talks about how that dietary change can actually create independence for us as Africans. We're so caught up, and that's why Sankara in his speech said, look at the colonialism on our plates. So I know Moochie, please, Moochie, I want other people. Moochie, please, can somebody else respond? Because you know, me and you, we don't always agree, Moochie. Moochie, no, listen, Moochie and I don't ever agree. Moochie never agrees. Moochie's gonna come with this neoliberal agenda.
That's fine. Let Moochie finish.
30 seconds, okay, 30 seconds, okay. I just want to tell you something, okay? There are people in Africa who don't take loans. And you know who those are? They are the villagers. They eat what they kill. They don't take loans from the banks. Okay? So nobody is supposed to take a loan. The problem is we've got leaders and stupid people who took
Moochie, but I'm talking about diets. We don't have to contend about loans. I was asking the question about dietary. You're right. No one Moochie, nobody debated you. I didn't criticize you. Moochie, come on, you gotta stop being reactionary when I talk. You always do this when I speak with you. You always get reactionary, and I contended, Moochie. I said that you may be correct. No one's debating you on that.
I'm not addressing.
Holy smoke! Okay, but you addressed it. Can other people on the panel address the dietary change about importing food?
Very quickly, because I do have to run, and I did hold on just because Brother Gassim asked me to. But I take your point extremely well, and it's an extremely valid point that a lot of people don't probe. And I was reading a book some years ago on this particular subject, looking at grains, in Africa, and the extent to which they're not used and economized in a certain particular way. I personally don't have a grab against import foods from the Caribbean, especially because we are the majority in the Caribbean, and some trade will strengthen a Pan-African agenda. At the same time, I do 100% agree that the foodstuffs and so on and so forth needs to be looked at more. And when we're looking at developing ourselves economically, and in terms of interrelated and interconnected African economy, I believe that the domains of food and the domains of textiles need serious investigation. In terms of how we can develop interdependent manufacturing and refinement industries that are not reliant upon Western or Eastern backing. And I think there is some significant work to be done there, especially because, I mean, having been to Ghana, and when I was there in Accra, there was only one place in the whole of Accra that sold textiles that were manufactured in Accra. And so there is work even in terms of the hemp industry to develop new cloth and new textiles and so on and so forth that we need to look at in terms of developing those industries. And all of that relates to the issue of also biomimicry, which is quote unquote cutting edge science today. At the same time, it's actually in many ways the default position for African people, because culturally we are a nature-based people, and so developing technology along in harmony with nature very much speaks to our nature of being. But I'd love to have more conversation with you on this issue of the grains.
Let me just
I'm gonna send you an email. I'm gonna send you an email, brother. I'll send you an email.
I think Gazimo, I think I'm going to support Munche. You know, when it comes to loan, I know this topic was about IMF loan. Singapore is a first world country today. You know, it's thanks to loans, thanks to IMF loan. They had long-term loans. Singapore took so many loans, but they were able to do their books right, and they were able to manage their loans correctly, and they are first world country. It's only thanks to loans that Singapore is the way it is. And this is the same loans they're given to African countries, and we still can manage them. So the IMF loans are not completely bad. It's how do you manage them? That's the problem. So that was just my 2 cents. I was just about to contribute.
Exactly. And just to piggyback off of you and Moochie real quick, so Singapore is not the only country that receive loans from China or IMF. Russia. How was Russia able to pay back its Chinese loans? How was Indonesia able to pay back its Chinese loans? How was Malaysia able to pay back its Chinese loans? It's It's not the loans, it's what you do
Are you
with them.
talking Chinese loans or IMF loans? You guys are conflating two issues. And again, none of you have been in seats of power. I'm not going to take Moochie and you. You guys are these neoliberal economist types. You watch all these
I'm not a
Thomas Sowell
neoliberal.
videos.
I'm not a
You
neoliberal.
watch all these Thomas Sowell videos, and you guys think
I'm
you
not a
understand the
fan of
economy.
Thomas Sowell.
Yet when people like Nkrumah are writing books on neocolonialism and their experience at the hands of Western capital, and these other people are writing about their experience, you guys thoroughly dismiss them.
My name is Pan-African Capitalist, so I've very much read most of Nkrumah's work, and I've read the works of a lot of other Pan-Africanists. But I also understand that those works that came out were in the 60s. That was over 40 years ago.
The time factor. Thank you.
So I'm not dismissing.
He was talking about what he went through with the loans. You guys are confusing the issue. Nkrumah was writing after the coup. Listen, you guys brought up Malaysia. How many? John Bolton, Moochie, you come to America. John Bolton just admitted on CNN. John Bolton just admitted that he sat down there and sponsored coups outside of the U.S. He said it on CNN. How many Asian countries had to go through external coups that were sponsored and financed by Western powers? Until you guys show me that list, stop talking about Africa.
Vietnam, Philippines.
There were so many of them.
Vietnam and Philippines are nowhere near the level of Malaysia. No, they're nowhere near. That's a lie. Not Korea. South Korea did not have a coup that was sponsored on them. You guys are just blabbing out at the mouth. Show me the proof. Put the link in the back chat.
How is that relevant to the discussion, though?
Because you guys keep on you guys keep castigating Africans and African leaders without taking into account what they have to face. No one's making excuses if they're corrupt. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if I put you in power tomorrow, you'll be the first ones, all you guys talking all this hot stuff, doing handshakes with the Illuminati, selling your people out, man. Y'all not serious.
You're the type of guy who take a credit card loan and then you don't pay it, and you blame the credit card company when you are the one who took a credit card and used it for the wrong reasons, and then you run around saying, "Oh, credit card companies."
Do you say that to Walmart? Do you say that to Walmart when they get billions of dollars in municipal subsidies? You see, no, this is the problem. A poor man, us poor people spend our time promoting the ideologies of billionaires, not even realizing, for example, Elon Musk, government subsidies, but they'll come on TV and tell you that government subsidies are a bad thing. None of these people in industry, 90% of them get their money through government contracts, whether it's Oracle, whether it's Microsoft. They're heavily tied in market inaccuracies. But they will tell you capitalism, and they're all a bunch of socialists.
It's painful to argue with you. You know why? It's painful to talk with you sometimes because you go around in circles and you go in tangents.
Because I'm not a coon. Because I'm not a coon and I'm in the village. Because I'm not a coon and I worship and I'm with the ancestors. And I talk to the spirits. You in church. That's the reason why. You in church praising Jesus. That's the reason why.
I don't go to church. Who told you?
Can we hear
You make
somebody
an
else,
assumption.
please?
That's why you're busy. You're emotional. Ask if you don't know. Ask if you don't know.
Okay, hold on, Booch. Let's listen to somebody else. Black Line, go ahead.
Yeah. So I always say this. You can have all the degree in the world. You can have a PhD. You can be an economist. But if you lack what each human being should have, which is called common sense. Guys, let's talk common sense. How long the IMF has been around? How long the IMF has been giving loans to Africa? And how much progress have we seen on the ground in Africa? There is no correlation between the loans from the IMF and the development in Africa. So the IMF loans is not benefiting Africa. It is bringing Africa backward, right? And it is opening the door for the Westerners to privatize, to take over local companies. So let's talk common sense. I know, he worked for Singapore. He worked for Malaysia. But why he didn't work for Africa? Why? Have you guys asked that question? No, it's not the leaders. It's not about the leaders or
it's about managing the loans. Okay. The guy just told you about Singapore. What don't you get? What don't you get?
I have a question for you. Let's say you own a company.
Yep.
You have employees. You pay those employees every 2 weeks. They have a salary, right?
Yeah.
and you have 2 or 3 guys every day, or I mean, every 2 weeks, he's asking you for an additional advance payment because he is having issue with family issue. The kid is sick. He needs to bring his kid to the hospital. He has this, he has that, and he's asking you for an advance payment, right? And then good-hearted people like you are, you like, okay, I'm going to help you for the next 2 weeks payment. I'm going to pay you in advance so you can resolve your problem. But 2 weeks later, and every 2 weeks, the guy keeps coming back at you with problem and problem. Are you going to keep paying that employee in advance payment, or are you going to tell him that, hey, yo, you have to go solve your own personal issue. I'm not paying you in advance anymore. That's not what we see with the IMF. The IMF doesn't do that. The IMF wants African country to keep coming, keep begging, and they're going to print the cash and send them over. They want Africans to be in debt. They want you guys to keep coming.
Can I answer you?
They actually want corruption. Corruption is good for the Westerners.
Can I reply to you? Can I reply to you?
Yo, can I
reply to you?
on the topic?
Can we?
Hold on. Go ahead, Black Line. Go ahead, Black Line. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button. Please hit that like button again. Hit that like button. Go ahead, Black Line.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Listen, at the end of the day, I agree with Mr. Artifact War and Gas Smoke. Listen, if we all take a basic business, Western business class 101, and one thing they'll tell you, loans are not entirely good in the long run. Like a business teacher or people mastering business, they'll tell you, if you're gonna take on a loan or any form of debt, you have to see in the long run if you are willing to pay it back, because loans cost, not the cash. But if you take any form of loan, they'll take something more from you in the long term that's more beneficial than the liquid cash. Let me finish. For example, look in America. Look at the U.S. debt clock. We're in $1 trillion in debt because America took it, and white America took out so many loans, so many bonds, and it cost the average American is standing there struggling because of bad business decisions. The average American today in college, we're $1 billion in debt because of college loans. And the sad part is that and a lot of people in America right now are still begging for this damn president in America to get rid of these college debts.
Black Line. Let me interject. You think Biden's going to get rid of the debt? I doubt it.
No. That's one thing I understand. Hells no. That's too much money.
Let's go, Brandon.
It's too much cash. Like think about this. If like this, Giants, if you owe me $3 billion, will I really make a law for you not to pay it back? Exactly. See, that's the best example. Exactly. No, unless, and especially especially in college, unless the career you're going for is willing to help you pay that, fine. But if not, don't take it at all. Don't do it because
Black Lion. You just kind of proved
Hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead, Black Lion. Let him finish.
Yeah. Yes. This is So yeah. Look at America. America is $1 trillion in debt because of bad businesses. It took on too many debts, took too much loans, is in too much debt, and now we're paying the price for it. America is literally China's bitch right now because we took on so much because we were so much took a much of Joey's loans and his money. Every country can literally learn from America, especially as American citizens. And the thing is, if I was an African ruler, say I was in Nigeria, and I want Chinese dollars for God knows reason, say I need $3 billion for infrastructure. If I can't pay that $3 billion back, in 10 years, what do you think they're going to take from me in the long run? My land, my resources, with the gold, the oil, or vegetation of agriculture. That is worth more than the freaking $3 billion. That could be worth $5 billion and more. We don't see that in the long run. That's the real asset. But the problem is that we don't see, like I said, we don't see the value of our resources. We don't see the value in it. We think these shit loans are more necessary than where we got already. The loans in the majority are unless you have the money, or got a serious plan to pay it back in full, so you don't have to go through the long-term debt, it's a bad, horrendous deal. And America's a prime example.
Let me go ahead.
Hey, hold on. One mic. Go ahead, Peso. Peso hasn't been on. Go ahead, Peso.
Thank you. And I'm gonna talk for maybe 3 minutes, and then I'm gonna get off, and I'm gonna get off the panel because your people on here, man, they will not shut up. They don't know when to shut up. Now, first of all, let me say one thing. I used to be a bank regulator, which is a bank examiner that goes around and examine the banks that you put your money in. So I'm quite familiar how the banking system works. However, first and foremost, the IMF is a mechanism. It's nothing but a weapon against poor countries to extract their resources. And it's done in a sophisticated way where they don't have to come in and take your stuff. Because if you take something from somebody, they'll be resentful. However, if you're able to legally, so-called, quote unquote, legally take it away from them, it's a little bit different. And then not only that, you have to ask yourself something. What gives the ability to somebody to be able to loan money out? And the question is, it's the ability to be able to recoup the collateral or recoup the money. And the IMF has the U.S. government, the U.S. Military to recoup anytime that a country, because you got to ask yourself this question. If I'm a country and I borrow XYZ dollars from another country, I can say, screw them. Come get your money, in other words. Well, how do they come get their money? They come get their money through guns. That's what happens. Now you got to ask yourself this question. What is a loan? And why does a country, because you guys are comparing a country to a person. Now, if I go out and I borrow some money from a bank and I default on that loan. Okay, if I have collateral, they'll take my collateral, or they'll put it on my credit report. Now, that's all that happens. Now, when you were talking about a country borrowing money and them defaulting or them not being able to pay, not only does the so-called the country in general gets hurt, meaning that the populace has to bear the burden. So you're not just affecting one person when you go out and borrow a loan. You're affecting the entire nation, and not only the entire nation, maybe generations upon that. So now you're in the hole. So my question would be, for example, if a country wants to borrow money from XYZ bank and they want to use it for their roads, say they want to use the money for their roads. Okay, my question would be, why don't they borrow that money and learn and take their money, instead of taking their money and giving it to an outside entity like China to come build their roads? Why don't they take that money and build an infrastructure where they can teach their populace how to build roads? See, those are the things, that's higher level thinking. Yeah, you guys are talking about this, y'all are going round in circles and circles and circles, talking about BS, when you should be talking about real true solutions or real true strategies, which is not going to even matter anyway, because it goes back to what I said earlier. If you don't have the military to protect your interests, you have no interests. So until these African countries are able to some kind of way develop a high IQ, they're going to continually have the same problems. You guys are going to be talking about this month after month, year after year, century after century. And I'm out.
But yeah, you're a bank regulator.
Excellent
right?
point. Excellent point.
Wait. Let me ask you a question.
No. Let me say this, Michi.
I want to ask you a question.
With all due respect. Well, first of all, where are you from? I know you're African, but what country are you from?
Man, I've answered this so many times. What does it matter?
I'm new to this. What country are you from?
So let me ask you a question.
No. Let me ask you that. I just want to ask you one question. What country are you from? I personally don't care what African country.
Okay. Listen, I'm from Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Listen, this is what I want to tell you. Zimbabwe defaulted on IMF loans in 2000. Okay, The IMF does not do anything. They will just not give you additional loans. And what that means, it makes the cost of borrowing more expensive. That means Zimbabwe had time to get any more loans from other partner nations. The IMF does not send the military. Don't lie to the people, brother.
Exactly. That's the
Don't
fact.
lie. I went to the corporate headquarters.
He didn't lie.
Don't lie.
He didn't lie. That's not true. He didn't lie.
For the military. The IMF does not have a military. What kind of
The
nonsense?
IMF doesn't have a military, but the United States has a military, and they finance coups, as John Bolton admitted.
Are you now trying to tell me IMF and the United States
you
are
have
the
a
same
very
thing? What are you talking about?
Moochie, you have a very low IQ, sir.
What are you doing with a high IQ? What are you doing with a high IQ?
Listen. No. Before you say, let me tell you something. I have an engineering degree. I have an undergrad in finance. I have an MBA in finance.
I don't care. I have an MBA too. I have an MBA too. You have a low IQ.
You're an IQ.
You have a bunch of papers that the white man says you study his system.
No, you're an idiot. The IQ was developed by white men.
So Moochie, you're proud that you have a bunch of papers from a white institution that says you're smart.
That means
what do your village people say? What did you get from your village people?
Education, that's not my problem.
No. What did your village people give you? Have they washed their head recently? Because you got a bunch of papers when the white man washed your head. Have your village people washed their head?
That's your problem. If you didn't go to school, that's your problem. That's not my problem, okay?
You're proud to go into a school. That's great.
Let me just say this and leave.
I'm proud to have an engineering degree, a finance degree.
This is the thing, I think we've been talking a lot. I've heard the points from all these smart guys. At the end of the day, what Black Lion said. We as Africans, we need pride. Okay, we need pride as Africans because we need to do things for Africa, not really for ourselves. And again, we need to look that mechanism. We need to have a mechanism in place that we have to have the right leadership, Pan-Africanist leadership. Because if we don't have those leadership that will represent the country, nothing is going to change. That is the problem. We need the right leadership. It's really, really tantamount. It's important. What's the mechanism? What do we do to have people that really represent us, not themselves, your family, or the West? If we can come out with a solution, then we're going to be talking about these things all over and over and over and over again. Because I do believe these people there are so many of them, but maybe they're just discouraged because the way things are going. But we need to look for them and bring them. It can be you, me, Gas, and anyone on the panel. We need to get into politics. I think that's the way that we need to save Africa. So I'm out.
Dennis, I just want to ask you a quick question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think the problem is that we don't ever ask, how did the IMF come into Africa? So, most of these African countries got their independence in the 60s. I believe Ghana got it 58, or I can't remember, don't quote me on it in my brain. But my point is that there were no so-called IMF loans at the time. And as the brother is saying about defending yourself, what we saw happen all throughout Africa was these coups came out of nowhere, allegedly, right? These coups just came out of nowhere. These military dictatorships arose out of the blue, right? Now, when they arise out of the blue, you start to see a cycle. The military stopped investing in stronger militaries because they were fearful of another coup. So that's one of the things that happened. African governments and African leadership stopped investing in the military because they don't want a coup on their hands, which creates a problem. Now, in terms of the loan, as Moochie and the capitalists, the Pan-African capitalists, I think the fundamental issue again is that African countries don't have the advantage that countries in the West have. What do they have in the West? They have an organized tax system. So Dynast and I know in the US, you can't escape the IRS if you're poor. If you're rich or you're connected, you can escape. If you broke, the IRS is coming for you. Even Al Capone killed all those people on the Valentine's Day massacre. They didn't care about that. They said he didn't pay his taxes. So they have one of the strongest tax revenue collecting systems in the world. And if you really look at it, that's actually what banks the United States. Because if you purchase a so-called treasury, which is really might be a junk bond from the United States Treasury, you know that the American taxpayer will always be there to foot the bill. How can Africa create an internal revenue. So now Dynas pointed out that Nigeria and these other African countries, most of the merchants are black owned. Well, if that's the case, these merchants should be taxed, of course, within reason, but they should be taxed, and that's the alternative to the loans. We don't have a strong taxpayer base. We don't float enough internal bonds. We should be having diaspora bonds. So, for example, instead of going to China, the Nigerian government should be saying, "Hey, listen, if you're, in the Americas and you want to help build this road to connect Lagos and this other state and this, we're raising this bond. Purchase this bond. You get payments over the next 15 years in naira." And that's how we create that internal revenue that should be generated. And then we can now, as the brother is saying, finance our soldiers to protect themselves. Because if you guys don't know, the president of Nigeria just got attacked by Boko Haram or some herdsmen or some terrorists.
I didn't look into that, but what
I sent you the article. Allegedly, his entourage was on the road, and these dudes went at him. They said on the people from Katsina State, the terrorists over there said, "Yo, we're gonna kidnap him," because they just attacked the train, and so they got some people held hostage. And the he's like, "I don't want to drop bombs over there because they got hostages. We're gonna try to negotiate, but we're not gonna pay them no money." Blah blah blah. And the people who holding the hostages told President Buhari, "Dude, you're next. We're gonna get you in chains and put you, and tie you up." And they attacked his entourage. I think 8 or 3 soldiers got killed. So this is the conundrum that we're in.
That was early July.
Yes, that was early July with 8 soldiers. But they attacked again recently. So what I'm saying is that, again, you're seeing that this is the issue. Like the brother saying, we can't even defend ourselves. So African states don't even have the ability to defend themselves. This one, they're not collecting enough tax revenue to properly pay for things. So of course the next alternative is China and the IMF. So I think that's the part that Mucci and a lot of these other guys are missing, and that's what the brother was saying is the IMF would be non-existent if those African coups had not happened. Remember, the IMF only came in Africa in the 80s, the structural adjustment program. Nobody was getting the IMF loan when Nkrumah was president, when Lumumba was president. They weren't worried about an IMF loan.
One of the alleged terrorists is one of the guys who just broke out of the prison in Abuja.
Yes, that's the article I sent you. That's one of the guys who just broke out of the jail, and he's out there like, "Yo, I'm free." He's reading the Quran, he's eating chicken, he's living a good life. He's like, "Yo, we coming to get you, Buhari. You next." So now you imagine you're an African leader. You got to deal with these terrorists. You got to deal with the guys in the East who want to separate. You got to deal with the people from my region who blowing up the oil pipelines. Then you got to go in a meeting with the IMF. You can't raise enough tax revenue. Everybody comes on here talking like this stuff is easy. It ain't that easy.
Yeah, that's my point. But my thing is, listen, I know that a lot of these African countries are corrupt. So I do agree with you. You need some type of institution that's going to stop the corruption so they can actually keep more of the tax dollars coming in. But the question is like, okay, those are some good ideas, bonds, right? And getting more tax dollars, because I'm in and out in Ghana, and I do see that a lot of these street merchants aren't really taxed like that. It's not as strict of a tax system like the U.S. But how much is that going to, like, you have to look at the actual numbers of these projects and see what is the type of revenue that would that increase with your tax revenue for the government, and will that actually cover all of the expenses for the infrastructure projects? These African countries, they have budgets and they have project lists just like other countries. So you could go there and see, like, okay, what upcoming infrastructure projects do they have coming along, and how much does it cost? And then you can kind of figure out the math from there. And I did want to say to Black Lion, we're pretty much in agreement, Black Lion. You said that the reason the U.S. is in this debt and stuff is because of bad business decisions. That's the same reason with Africa. I'm not saying if you're an African country to take a bad deal. All I'm saying is who has the best deal for you to pay for your infrastructure projects, because the infrastructure projects is going to, along with stopping the corruption, right? You get your tax revenue. The infrastructure project is going to increase GDP in the African countries because they'll be able to do more trade within the continent of Africa. That's all I'm saying.
That's
So
not.
if it's
That's
a bad,
not
if
true.
it's a
That's
bad,
not true.
if it's a
Can
bad,
I
if
say
it's
something?
if it's a bad deal, don't take it.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
First of all, um, and I will say this for Africa. Africa is a different animal. They're operating on a whole different playing field. I mean, they're in another stadium. They're not even in the right stadium. Let's get that straight. So first of all, when you do business, there's no guarantee. So-called, as you said, Pan-Africanist capitalists. When you do business, I don't know any so-called capitalist that has 100% accuracy rate on doing good deals. Matter of fact, most successful businessmen, they probably are less than 50% on doing business deals. That is just so happen that one deal or that two deals that they make supersedes all their failures. So let's get that straight. So and
I don't
you got to
disagree
understand.
with that.
Well, that's fine. But my point is this: is that you guys keep trying to look at a country. Yes, a country is somewhat of a so-called corporation, but yet it's not a corporation. It's a landmass where leaders are pretty much the mama and daddy of a whole bunch of children, and you cannot put your children future at stake doing BS. And what happens is that with Africa, you got to understand something. Like I'm gonna preach this to the day I die. It's a IQ problem. The black man is not as smart as the white man. It's just as simple as that. You have to get smarter. So the first thing black people need to do is get smarter. We have to get smarter. That's the number one thing. We have to get smarter because you don't have no car companies. You don't make computers. You don't make laptops. You don't know how to process your cocoa. You don't know how to process
You don't print
your
money.
cobalt.
We don't even print our own money.
It does whatever. My point is that we are so far behind. And not only that, the IMF is a strategic weapon. Like I said once before, the IMF is a strategic weapon developed for future progress, meaning that white people plan 30, 40, 50 years ahead. That's what they do. While Africans, y'all are just planning for the next day.
That's not
when these
true.
white folks are planning 30, 40 years ahead.
That's facts.
How are you going to compete with that? How are you going to compete with it?
That's not true. I mean, I can't speak for every African country, but I do know that Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, they actually do plan 100, 200 years ahead. They do have actual infrastructure.
Man, you smoking crack. You smoking crack.
I
bro.
mean, you
No,
can look it up. There's 100-year infrastructure plans. This is facts, not bullshit. And I don't. You said something was wrong. I still don't know what you said was wrong.
You don't agree with him, and you say he's smoking crack, but he's telling you facts. You're just talking hogwash. That's all you're doing.
Okay. If it's 100, okay. If they got 100-year plan, do you think they're gonna make it?
I do think they're gonna make it.
No, here's a better question. Why is Ghana on their 18th? Hold on. Let me add his question. Let me add to his question. Why is Ghana on their 18th IMF loan package with their so-called 100-year plan?
Hey, people take loans every day. What's your problem? If you pay back, you get another loan. What is your problem with loans?
I do. To answer Peso Man's question real quick.
Moochie T sounds like a broke African.
To answer Peso Man's question real quick, I do think that they're going to make it. Ghana is ahead of the projections that they had on a lot of different things, like their middle income population is ahead of what they thought it was going to be in the 90s. Their infrastructure projects. I mean, they have 5 major infrastructure projects going on. When I was in Ghana back in May, I seen nothing but black people working on those projects. The railways, the eastern region project that they have going on, as well as they're supposed to be working on some
what about inflation? Projects. What about the people who can't buy food at the market? Have you been looking at what's happening in Ghana?
Well, there's inflation all over the
Inflation
world.
is
There's
not
9%. There's 9% inflation in the U.S. right now.
inflation is not life.
Everyone has inflation
Was
because
that
of the
factored
COVID.
into? But what I'm saying is, again, was that factored into the 100-year plan? You see what I'm trying to
No,
say?
you can't account for that.
You think somebody planned for the Ukraine war and saw that the gas prices would be high?
Yeah,
What kind of thinking is that?
Nobody planned for COVID-19.
Exactly.
Nobody planned for Ukraine versus Russia, and so it's a global inflation.
Actually, that's a lie. There were many plans ahead of time where they ran simulations for pandemics as early as 2020. There was a pandemic simulation that was done in New York City, and ironically, they said New York was not prepared, and they still didn't do anything when the pandemic came. So that's not true.
You're talking about an Obama administration.
He's talking specifically about.
Hold on, one mic, and after you, we'll pass it to Black Line. Who's talking? Artifact of War.
So how come?
After you, Black Line, and pass you, Mucci.
Yeah, I was saying that the brother was specifically talking about African country, not knowing those COVID and the war in Ukraine coming. They didn't plan on that. That's what he was talking about. We all knew, there are facts out there proving and showing that the Westerners already planned on it. They knew it was coming, but African country did not know, right? So that's what he was trying to the point he was trying to make. And real quick, Diana, 30 seconds. Guys, what makes you think that all those international communities, International Monetary Fund, all those things, the United Nations, what makes you think that they are working for the interests of African? The history shows us that, they have never been working for the interest and the benefit of the Black people. Look at what we've been through in the past centuries, right? So what makes you think that today they're going to be working for us to succeed, to get developed, to get educated, and to progress?
Man,
so
it's hard to take you serious, man. It's hard
so
to
we
take
have
you
to
serious.
create. We have to create our own. We have to create our own paradigm. We have to create our own African Monetary Fund. We have to trade between us. We have to trade. We have to trade between us first before moving.
Okay.
But it's hard to take it. You're cutting me off, man. Go ahead, bro.
It's hard to take
No.
it serious.
We got it's Black Line. They will pass to you, Mucci. Go ahead, Black Line.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me talk about the IMF though.
Okay.
Do me a favor. Leave and come back. It's like a real. It's like I don't know if you're on speakerphone or what. Just go ahead, Black Line.
Okay. I agree with the Peso man when he said we need a stronger military. Absolutely agree. In African culture, we kind of realized we kind of got rid of the warrior military culture within us, especially on the concept. We stopped practicing in that as an everyday thing. That needs to come back, and that needs to definitely come back. But the other point he had a good point on is that in a way, Africans in general, we are kind of stupid, because the sad part is, look at the history like this. If I was the ruler of South Africa, say it's in this era, and I know the history of the horrendous part of the apartheid, about the Europeans, what they did, how they used politicians, and how they gave us loans and destroyed us. I would, after learning that history, I would do it with everything in my power, if I was in that position, to kick all Europeans out, forbid any foreign loans, and practice a form of Garveyism, so we only rely on ourselves. The problem with Africans is that we repeat the same colonial mistakes way too much to the point it's damn near second nature. It's no different than when we get an ass whooping by our parents. Once you get that ass whooped, you do everything in your power to make sure it doesn't happen again. The problem with the leaders, we're repeating this. Like I said, we're repeating the same mistakes damn near of neocolonialism culture. We're making the same mistakes. We're not learning from it. Like Peso had a good point. Europeans playing 50 years ahead. They're not playing. Why? Because Europe has always been a culture. Their people has only had a culture of war, of warfare, because that's how they stay in power and that's how they can survive. We have that same mindset, because regardless of what this war, Ukraine, everything, we should not trust Europeans or any other race at all. Africa should have no right. I agree with Peso. Africa should have no right to be this way, because African got their. I know they just got their independence to try to get out of neocolonialism and all that stuff, but we've been hurt too many times to not learn from these mistakes. In a way, there is no, like you said in the beginning of the show, there is not much excuses. You're in a position of power. You're in a position of, especially empowering your own. This should be second nature. There should be no
African is a
foreigners.
coward. The African is a coward. Let's be honest.
In a way, yes. In a way, I'm not denying that. That's very true. And the sad part is, and I thought Gassama had a good point. And one thing Gassama had a good point. Like most people who are revolutionary, these were grassroots people. They weren't positions. These weren't presidents or high politicians. These were grassroots people. Garvey, Malcolm, Thomas Sankara, you name it. All these guys were just grassroots, down to earth people. They weren't in positions of power, but it was those kind of people who actually saw the real truth, who saw the reality that their race was in, and decided to say, "Okay, no more loans. Do for thyself. Let's start building." That if you let another race or people give you resources, they're going to control you in the long run. That's not, and they all said that's not real freedom. So the problem is we're not learning from our past mistakes, which is blatantly showing us in the face of it in today. And now the new generation is paying the price because of these dumb mistakes. Our culture should the one that I learned from people who used to be, I'll make this point, I'll get off. The one that I learned from people from Alcoholic Anonymous people, when they go to their rehab to fix their addiction issues, one slogan I like about them is they said, the best intervention is prevention. We can prevent this if we really want to. Like I said in the last chat, unless Africans globally are sick and tired of being sick and tired, it's not going to make a difference. And that's
we too busy dancing the WizKid and eating jollof rice and wearing clothes.
Exactly, exactly. Africans can really enjoy their own form of heaven if we just literally put in the work and willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that stuff like this doesn't happen again. Because we are too advanced and we have so much information. This should be an issue.
Let's pass it to Moochie. Go ahead, Moochie.
Okay, all right. A few points. Okay, there's, you know what? Me, I believe in logic. Okay, there's a brother just before this guy was talking. Before that, he was saying that the Western countries knew about COVID in advance and all that. Yet we all know hundreds and millions of white people died in Europe and in America. They did not have the PPE. They did not have the supply chains were disrupted, and they knew about this. But miraculously, they let millions of their own people die. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? What kind of conspiracy nonsense is that? That these people knew about it, but for some reason they did not prepare for it. That is nonsense. And then the other thing I just want to say this: please, do not, if you are not African, okay, do not insult Africans by continually saying Africans are dumb, Africans are not smart. I am not dumb. My friend, my classmate runs MTN. Okay, I don't need to bring people in here. Runs MTN, the biggest telecommunication companies in the world. Based in South Africa, South African company, MTN.
Good for him. Who cares?
Don't interrupt me because I'm saying what you don't want to hear. Okay. Secondly, as Zimbabwean started autonomous vehicle company in London that is competing. That's going to compete with Tesla, Zimbabwean. Okay. Zimbabwean started one of the big telecommunications indigenous company. Okay, Econet. You can look it online. Econet, which is all in African countries, in New Zealand, and all over the place. A black guy. So I got people I know that work with NASA. And you're telling me
I can prove that. I can prove that, Lo. I can prove it. I can prove it. I can prove it.
Hey, let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead,
listen, I'm just saying, do not insult us. If you are not smart, speak for yourself. If you're African American,
I can prove it. I can prove
it. Speak for yourself. Don't say Africans are not smart. That's it. You cannot prove nothing. You cannot prove nothing because you cannot prove nothing when I know somebody who worked on the rover and you tell at NASA and you tell me that he's not smart. That's stupid. That is stupid.
Hey, can I get 3 minutes? Well,
you're really happy to get that white man's education, brother.
Hold on. Peso man.
You're using white man's internet. You're using white man's internet.
Moochie, let it go. Moochie, okay. Go ahead, Peso. We'll pass it to Theo.
Oh, okay. First of all, I can even prove that you have a low IQ because when I say Africans aren't very smart, it's obvious I'm not talking about all Africans. I'm speaking in general. You would have to be an absolute idiot to think that there aren't any smart Africans.
Do you speak about whites like that?
Let me tell you something.
Why can't you just make a
all
point?
white people aren't smart.
Okay, but why can't you just make a point? We're not trying to
Moochie,
attack
let him finish. He didn't cut you off.
I'm making a point. I'm making a point, and I'm showing you that you have a low IQ as well because you don't even have the patience or the stability to not be able to interrupt anybody while you're having a civil conversation. That's a lack of intelligence because you don't want to listen. You always want to talk. See, it's not about I'm just as educated as you, sir, but it's not about going to school. There's some of the smartest people in the world have yet to even touch foot in a college. Okay? Intelligence is more than about going to school, learning something from somebody. Intelligence is being able to problem solve.
Hey, can I talk about the IMF though? I'm not going to argue with this stuff.
Let him finish.
Yeah, and that's why I say the black man isn't very smart. Diners have these panels day after day after day, and you guys cannot sit here and let people have their say without interrupting them. I just want to say this one thing about Africa. Wouldn't it be smart? Why? No, I'm not gonna say wouldn't it be smart. Why hasn't Africa, just sub-Saharan, all the countries where there are dark-skinned people, why haven't they developed? Because they got the technology now. You know, they don't have it because they're not smart enough to have it, but China has it. Why don't they just build high-speed rail systems connecting to all their major cities? That would help them tremendously in trade right off the bat. That would be a game changer for them right off the bat. I'm done.
And so, man, you do know that's in the works, and that's a part of what these loans from the Chinese are for, right?
Man, that ain't gonna never happen because they not smart enough to do that. So just be quiet,
I'm
please.
saying it's currently under construction. And what I said
Man,
earlier
that ain't gonna ever happen.
is that Ghana and hold on, let me just say this part and I'll pass the mic. Ghana and Nigeria are actually trying to work together to do what is called infrastructure, joint infrastructure projects that connect with railways and roads from Ghana to Nigeria.
All right. Am I on?
Yep, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead, Theo.
All right, let me get 2 or 3 minutes without interruption, please. I'm just say a few things. I'm gonna keep it simple. Don't expect any fancy words from me. But I think each loan, when it comes to loan, well, good afternoon, first of all. But pertaining to loans, I think each loan has its own merit, right? So loans in and of themselves aren't bad. I don't care where you get them from. You have to look at the condition of the loan itself. Because we live in a world of inflation where prices are always going up. Anybody who's bought a house knows that, right? Sometimes it's beneficial to get a loan for the funds today and buy the asset today than it is to save up for it tomorrow, because the prices of labor go up, the prices of material goes up, right? So when you look at these countries taking these loans, it's not the fact that they're taking the loans or who they're taking the loans from. It's the conditions under which they get the loans, one, and how they utilize the money once they get it, two, right? Corruption is a problem, right? And sometimes they don't have when there's not a plan for how you're going to spend the money, that's going to be a problem. But to go to my point, right? If you had a house, if there was a house available right now for $100,000, right? And you didn't have $100,000 cash to buy the house, you could either, one, get a loan for that, get a $100,000 loan for that house, buy it right now, or save up for 20 years, let's say, right? So you can get a 20-year loan or save up for 20 years. If you get the loan today and buy the house for $100,000, you're going to do better than if you save up for 20 years. The reason why is because that house is no longer going to be available for $100,000 in 20 years, right? Price is going to go up. That goes with material, that goes with labor. So when it comes to infrastructure for a lot of these countries, it's better for them to get the loan now and get the job done now than it is to save up for the future to get it done. For one, right, the prices of materials and labor and everything is going to go up. But for two, you're going to put yourself behind the development curve
and the competition curve if you don't get the assets that you need to develop and compete today. So you can't just say these countries are dumb or have a low IQ or however you want to put it because they get these loans, right? And I just really don't like that. And I get what you're saying, you're generalizing, but I don't think you can do that because there's only a few people in the Western world that are responsible for a lot of the advances in technology that we see, right? So we give credit to the whole population, but in return, the few people who mess up in Africa, you take credit for from the whole population. So that's erroneous to do in and of itself. So that black man is low IQ, white man is smart, that don't hold up. And another thing is, where is it written that white people plan for 100 years? I've never seen that. Like, where's the evidence of that? I ain't gonna say they don't plan, but where you get this idea that they have a 100-year plan? Where's that?
I never said they had a 100-year plan. I said they
or
planned
a 30-year, whatever, however you want to put it.
The Council of Foreign Relations, the World Bank, the United Nations have plans for in terms of global growth. You can read Henry Kissinger reports with a lot of the organizations he's a part of. They make a lot of multi-year plans, my brother.
But these are international plans, though. So in Africa have Vision 2063, and this was done years ago. So I mean, people are making these plans. I'm not trying to like diss you or anything, but I think it's just too much hyperbole in these conversations sometimes.
No, you don't have to diss me. We gotta.
That's a fact. There was a 2063 plan. That's a fact.
Let me say this. Nothing that you say that's the truth is gonna hurt my feelings. We have to be honest with ourselves. We have to look at ourselves in the mirror. Let me tell you something. If you we are pretty much the Washington Generals. That's what we are. We're the Washington Generals. If you continues to lose and lose and lose, and you go back to the chalkboard and you don't come up with a new strategy, you're gonna keep having the same things. The first thing that we must admit is we have to admit that white people are smarter than us. They have proven year after year after year after year that they're smarter than us. Not only are they smarter than us, but they work as a team. See, this is the deal. In 1885, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that the Berlin Conference? 1885. You history buffs should know that. 1885, isn't it? 1885.
What's that again?
The Berlin Conference. Wasn't that 1885? You know, I'm not a history buff like you.
Yeah, I don't know the exact date.
Yeah, but I think it's 1885. In 1885, white people showed you that race is a team sport. Race is a team sport. That's why if all of Africa right now, if they got together and attacked France, guess who's gonna have France back? Italy, England, the US. What if you attacked Italy? Italy has one of the weaker militaries out of the European Union. They have one of the weakest. What if you attacked Italy? Guess who's gonna step in? France, Britain, the US. Race is a team sport. You got to understand that. And yes, only a small percentage of white people are geniuses. That's true. Only a small percentages of white people are geniuses. Guess what? We need to have that small percentage too. We don't have that small percentage. We need to have that small percentage as well, because once again, unless you are able to protect yourself, which in turns comes with technology, and to develop technology, you have to have smart people. You have to have highly smart people, very smart people. And white people will go to the ends of the earth to find very smart people. But not only that, white people can pull from Germany, they can pull from France, they can pull from England, they can pull from Poland, they can pull from any European Union country where there's smart people. Not only that, they take pride in their education system.
Can I ask you this?
And hold on, let me just finish this. Once again, okay. You interrupted. In the United States, we go to school for free, absolutely free. We are the richest country in the world, probably. We go to school for free from kindergarten to the 12th grade. In these poor countries where they need education, they have to pay to go to school. So you're poor and you can't go to school. I know people, and this is how messed up it is, because a lot of you guys that come on these panels, y'all don't live in African countries. Y'all might go visit, y'all might go hang out or whatever else, but y'all don't visit these countries, and then y'all don't know the whole stratosphere of economics of the economic pole of people, meaning you know very rich people and you know very poor people. And let me tell you something. Once again, I will continue to say Africans have low IQ. They don't even value education. They don't even value it. A lot of African people in sub-Saharan Africa don't even freaking get an opportunity to go to school. I have little kids begging me to pay for their school fees so that they can go to school because they can't afford to go to school. Even when you have kids, and let me say something. I don't mean that the African doesn't have the ability to become an intelligent human being, but you don't even give them an opportunity. You don't even give your people an opportunity to become the next Elon Musk, the next Bill Gates, because they are out there. They're out there somewhere in some poor little village, but you don't even give them the opportunity. So they don't even get the opportunity to become smart. And that goes.
So, man, can I ask you a question when you're done?
Yeah, I'm done, man. I'm done because I'm just frustrated.
Let me get mine real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me. So one question that I have two actually, but they're real short. The first question is, do you think that the highly intelligent play the team sport based on race? That's one question, right? So if I'm a black man and I'm highly intelligent, is my intelligence necessarily going to show up in my race, or can it be borrowed by another group of people, right? So that's one question.
You're not borrowing nothing from white people.
What's that?
You're not. See, you already acting like, and I don't want to say traitor, but you once again, you're acting just like a corrupt African leader. So
we're talking about intelligence, though. So let's be objective, though. Don't subject me to what your beliefs about what it is to be. I'm talking about objectively, an intelligent person who's making objective decisions about where to utilize his intelligence. Is it necessarily going to be based on race, or is he going to go where he feel like it's going to benefit the world better? Is it going to show up in a place where it's actually going to grow and benefit a greater picture than just race, right? And that's just a question. So it's not a position.
Okay, in that situation, then Africa would never ever be in a position that they want to be. With that theory, I would agree.
As an intelligent person thinking like you think,
Hey, listen. We got Joni. Gas him up. You got to ask questions. I want to pass it to Joni, but go ahead, gas him up.
Let Joni go. Let Joni go ahead. I ask. I'm listening.
Go ahead, Joni. Unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for having me, Dynas.
No problem.
So the question, we keep on talking about China, Russia, different countries, and we want Africa to be like that. People are not thinking about the sacrifice. Is African ready to do the sacrifice? Because China killed millions of people. Russia killed millions of people.
Joni, you've been listening to my channel, man. You've been listening to my channel, Joni.
Yeah, I love it. But are we willing to do it? Because I'm from Haiti and we did that, and look at the chaos we in, and we still got coons. So are we willing to do the sacrifice? Do you know what China did to get where they're at? The generation that started for the success, they knew that they were going to sacrifice themselves for their grandchildren. Because I hear quiet. Is the black man ready to
here's my thing, because it was going to be in line with my brother Peso, and I think that's why I said, for me, a lot of times it's really a psychological crisis of consciousness, right? We're in this existential thing, and I hate to get all philosophical, but I really think that's the real contention, because, Fela Kuti, he really, to me, amongst many, analyzed it where he said the African doesn't know what they're going to contribute to the world, right? So a lot of us, and I'm not throwing a subliminal at you, Muchi, at all. This is really just in general. But a lot of us, and I'm so-called highly educated, right? Went to grad school and all this other nonsense. But a lot of us, that's what we predicate our existence upon. our ability to ape and copy white standards and white ideals and white definitions, we don't take a step back and say, is this who we are and what are we going to contribute? So I guess my question in reference or piggybacking what the sister is saying in terms of sacrifice is it that we have a so-called low IQ, or is it that a world system, right? You can read a guy like Emmanuel Wallerstein, where he talks about world systems analysis. The European, after they had been, attacked and faced a lot of intrusions by the Moors, after they had tried to go into China and get access to spices, they said, listen, man, we can hate each other all we want with these 100 years wars. We can't take bathes. We don't take showers, but we got to come together and figure out how we're going to move as a collective. And they create this idea of this universalism, right? It's a concept you can see in physics, this universalism, where they actually start implementing and applying concepts in classical physics and in calculus to human societies. And they first do this to themselves. You can read a book From Peasants to Frenchmen, where they describe how you basically take, people who are peasants and people who are former serfs and vagabonds, and how do you condition them and force them using power and power dynamics like a la Foucault. You can read that guy. And how do you turn them into obedient, good citizens? How do you create an education citizen? How do you create a good citizen or a good civil servant and all these things, right? So I think for Africans, when we encountered this strangeness, this new system, this universal system, it was something no one, like I said, had ever seen around the world. The Chinese had never seen it. The Japanese had never seen it, right? The Chinese, they threw opium at them. Like I said, Commodore Perry. Yeah. So, we had never seen this. So I don't say that we're dumb. I just say we lost the fight. Yeah. And if you grew up in the hood, exactly. you win some, you lose some. I go around the block, you have a fight, you win, you lose. That don't mean because I lost this round that I lost the entire match. No, Floyd Mayweather takes off a couple rounds. Let's not see it as a loss. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a lot of chance. There's a lot of chance in the game. So
you 0-50.
We might be according to your dynamic, but keep in mind, brother. Keep in mind, if you said we 0-50, keep in mind, like I said, we had Mansa Musa, we had Benin, we had the let me call it Arachucas, but we had a whole bunch of, we had the Ashantis, even though they had the slave genocide thing going on. We had a bunch of thriving things.
That was before the white boy showed up.
Okay. Okay.
One thing I agree with Tony is that she's right. The thing is, I'm down to make that kind of sacrifice, but like me and Gasman said earlier, it's a psychological thing. We can literally have a revolution tomorrow when we wanted to. Like, okay, we have every book on every solution from Africa to African Americans, every book to fight colonialism, how to build our own. But Joey did hit the nail on the head, and like we said about the psychological issue, are we willing to make that kind of sacrifice? The problem is on top of that, like you say, from Haiti, that's cool. But a lot of us are not willing to make that. And there's not enough people who want to go to that fight. I think that's.
But should we sacrifice ourselves to the gods of technology? Because that's a price to pay. And I don't want to get philosophical, but it's a price to pay. And the real question is, as the ancient Africans will say, who will bell the cat? Right? We'll come up with the great solution. Then the old mouse says, oh, that's a great idea about putting the bell on the cat's neck. But who's going to put the bell on the cat's neck? So are you willing to put your grandma first in line so she can, sacrifice herself to the gods of technology so Africa can develop?
Yeah.
Let me say this.
I'm not willing to do that.
Let me make my last question.
We know you're not ready to make it. No black man is. Okay. Let me just say this and I'm done. White people are always willing to make the sacrifice. Let me tell you something. If any kind of way black folks get on top, which they're not, that's why they put mechanisms in place to make sure you don't get on top. But if there's some kind of way by a miracle you're able to get the upper hand, they will destroy this planet before they let you be in control. That's how real they are. That's how in other words, they're about that life. As y'all say in the streets, they are about that life.
They're also cowards too, Peso Man. They're also cowards too, because when Vietnam was coming at them, they had to pull out. when Afghanistan, if they see that you're willing to take it to them, they are
Aha.
not.
But
excellent point.
Let me tell you, I know my country is really bad, but it was 50,000 soldiers coming at 10,000. When they found out that we was about that life, they started headed to the hills. We was turning them against each other. So it's not true. They're not superior fighters.
Hold on. You lost. You might have won that battle, but Haiti is the most impoverished country and forever.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay. Let me.
I want to hear the lady talk. Go ahead, Joni. Go ahead, Joni.
We're the most impoverished country in the Western Hemisphere. I think a country in Africa is the most impoverished.
No, I said the Western Hemisphere.
And we're trying to fix it right now. The issue that we have in Haiti, because there's a faction in Haiti, we're going to have an interwar, not a civil war. So we're going to have a problem because America, and it's not America's problem. This is what happened to Haiti. It's our problem. It's a coon problem that we didn't eradicate in the 1700s. So we were so kind, but the problem with Haiti is, and there's a couple of people here that I don't want to discuss it on YouTube, that we're getting together. It's an interwar problem that we're going to have to fight. It's going to be a lot of bloodshed. We about that life. So we won the war. So we about that life, and we helped everybody else in the Caribbean. So you can't tell me that we're the most impoverished. We do have resources, and there's a lot of propaganda against us.
Poverty is real.
Can I just say though, the word impoverished is a correct word, right? In the sense of
it's a real thing.
Right? Because hear what I'm saying. Poverty is generally speaking in today's world not an accident of history. To say impoverished, could suggest, and often does, and many people say replace the word poor with impoverished because it identifies an agent in the mix, all right, in the sense of the fact that the impoverishment is deliberately manufactured, right? So Haiti has been impoverished, deliberately, particularly by the United States of America,
but it's the coons. Aristide is a coon.
No, 100%, my sister, and there's always coons among us that are willing to work on the side of the colonizer, so to speak, right? But we have to. But it's important that we recognize that when we look at it, the people of Haiti have been always challenging the coons, the leadership, the colonizers, and so on and so forth, right? And so we see a situation in which every time there's a significant gain made, as far as the people are concerned, the Americans send in not just their economic but their military power, right, to reverse those gains. So we see a deliberate situation, But America has been fasting with Haiti, for well over a century at this point. It has done everything from rewrite its constitution to steal its entire gold reserves, to kidnap its presidents, right? Everything, right? So when we look at these things, we are responsible as a people for organizing, to confront and withstand those attacks. We have to develop the kind of organizational structures that are able to withstand American military invasions, foreign corporation incursions, and protect our people and our leadership, right? Our duly elected progressive leadership from these kinds of machinations. And I'm saying that
Brother Shaka.
Sorry, 1 second. There is no economic development outside of that context. We have to confront the forces of Western imperialism. That is the only way that we're going to develop ourselves.
I agree, 100%.
I'm so sorry,
but I want to ask Brother Shaka a question.
I want to say this one thing. We have to build up our military back, because during
100%.
Francois Duvalier, we never had these issues. We never had America coming back and forth. And also when the USSR, when the USSR dismantled, that's what the issue we were having, because Francois Duvalier was using the United States and the USSR together. Even though he is not 100%, they call him a dictator, but we were never going through what we're going through right now. We never had starvation.
I want to ask a question to both of you, all you guys on the panel.
Can I jump in, please? Okay. Dennis, okay, this is my last contribution, okay? I want to say one, all right? One, I want to say, someone was talking about literacy in Africa and all that. In Zimbabwe, we have 90% literacy rate. African Americans, white Americans don't have that literacy rate here. It's lower than that. You can look at the national education statistics in the US. So don't tell me that that's nonsense, just hogwash. Now, the other thing I want to say about this, about
So why is your country
wait,
so
let
damn
me
poor
finish.
then?
Don't
Why is
ask
your
me
country
questions,
poor?
please.
Why is your
Don't
country
ask me.
poor?
Don't ask me. Let me finish, okay? So the other thing I want to say is that there's a lot of stupid people that believe being poor is associated with intelligence or smartness. No, that's a lie. Why do I say it's a lie? Look at China. China 30 years ago, they were poor, right? But once they figured out that they have to organize the society, they have to bring in businesses in. Now look at how they're the second biggest economy in less than 30
Muchi,
years.
how
They're
do
now
they
the
do that,
second.
Muchi? Muchi, how
Wait,
do they
let
do
me
that?
finish. Don't
They
cut me off,
killed
please.
all.
I
They
didn't cut you
killed
off.
all the
No, let me
leaders.
finish. No. Let me finish my point. Don't
Let him
cut me off.
finish.
You can talk when I'm
He's
done.
forgetting
You
about.
can
Let
talk
him
when I'm
finish. He's
done.
saying the
No,
wrong things as usual. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me finish. You guys don't like to hear what you don't agree with. I'm just telling you this. Africans are smart. Africans are intelligent. All Africa needs is better governments that organize society in a better way, and Africa will rise. I'm an optimist. Not this nonsense about Africans, white people. There's nothing inherently smart about white people. It's how you organize a society. China has shown us the way. They were poor 30, 40 years ago. I've been to China. Now China is the second biggest economy. So the same people like you, this guy I don't remember his name, saying, Africans are not literate. I'm paying school fees for this and that. I know a Zimbabwean paying school fees for 250,000 poor kids. So you're the same people who would have said 40 years ago, you'd have said Chinese are stupid, Chinese are not smart. But where is China today? That's nonsense.
Yeah. Again, Brother Mucci, that's a great analysis. However, you all, and then you're right. China did organize, but you guys always leave out the fact that Nixon selected China, and at the expense of African Americans having the factories move over to China. Nobody talks about that. But I have the question. Brother Shakara and you guys mentioned poverty, and again, I'm not saying like a person cannot feed themselves, but I think that's the one thing that the Europeans used to trick us. And they've been doing that since slavery. There's a great article in a great book, I believe you can read, called "What Did Africans Get for Their Slaves?" So when you look at that PDF or that article, I think what we don't want to contend with is that there's a class issue that was created. And when we say poverty, I say this to Dynasty all the time. I was walking down Nigeria one day, and I'm going to the market. I was going to Ugba market, actually. I was going to get some food stuff. And I didn't spend more than like $5 for enough groceries, or $10 for enough groceries to last me like a week and a half. And I said to myself, wait a minute. These people will come and tell me that if I live on less than $1 a day, I'm poor, because I'm not using a credit card and using this excessive consumption or this conspicuous consumption. So that makes me poor. But I don't need to spend more than $1 a day, right? I mean, you probably spend a little bit more than that, right? So it's just like, I think we have to, and that's why I talked about the food and the grains. Like, how do we start looking at ourselves as Africans? Because a lot of times, yes, you will be poor if you have to import wheat from Russia and you have to get rice from Thailand into your African countries. You will be poor. But if you eat your local grains, it might not taste as, Fonio jollof might not taste as good as Ghanaian jollof. But if that's the so-called sacrifice that we have to make, let's start doing that. Let's start analyzing who defines poverty for us. It's like we're in this film of Harry Potter. Hold on. We're in this film of Harry Potter. White people just come, label us. They say, "Taturio," and we just accept it. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. And we go along with it. We don't have a question. Wait a minute, white man. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I am? Hey,
And that's the kind of resolve that we need to have. We need to bank on the fact. I mean, Zimbabwe was mentioned earlier, right? And the fact of the matter is that 20 years ago, just over 20 years ago now, when they began to move on this land reclamation program, before that they were the darlings of the West and everybody loved them, as far as Western economists were concerned, and so on and so forth. They moved on this land issue and started to give back people them their land, and it was an imperfect program. But how these people responded was to put sanctions on the nation, right? And unfortunately, we don't have the kinds of networks among us to bolster each other's economies in the way that we should be able to, right? Just what I'm saying. So in terms of import and export and them kind of things there, and the grains that brother Gassamap is discussing, that there should be a market across the African diaspora for resources coming from Zimbabwe, yeah, in that kind of way, because obviously people have land and they need to be able to, one, grow food for the nation, and to be able to trade with other nations and so on and so forth, right? But we have to realize that when we begin to move on these projects, yeah, we have to bank on and prepare for the fact that economic warfare will be waged against us. There is no universe in which we move on these programs, yeah, and just they just allow us to do it, yeah. There will be attacks, economic, military, political, propaganda, and so on and so forth. And the only way to withstand those is to develop a critical mass of organized African people with a clear vision of the future. That is how the West operates. Once again, they don't work in isolation from each other. They work as a geopolitical entity, and their institutions work in that interest. Yeah.
Shaka, how do you make that cultural? That's the mistake. I just want to ask Shaka this question quickly, brother. How do when I say cultural, because you said universal, right? And in my opinion, just from the little bit of philosophy that I've read, this universalism is a very European, Newtonian, Cartesian phenomenon that Europe implemented on themselves first. They destroyed their own local population. They burned their women. They called them witches, right? They got rid of their gypsy population, who pretty much were living like the Fulani in Europe. This is what they did. They got rid of anything. You can look at you know more about you in the UK. You know about the Wiccan and all that stuff. They got rid of all of that, right? And so it's not. So what I'm saying is that we Africans don't have a universalist impulse within our culture. So how do we make it cultural for us? Because I think that's the difficult part.
The approach comes
If
in.
there's
Right?
one
That's where
thing
the
I-
African
Go ahead. Oh no, you go first. Finish.
So listen,
Oh, yeah,
Gassimo.
that's where the African-centered orientation comes in. Yeah, and so when we develop an African-centered orientation, we're developing a framework that prioritizes our relationship to each other as African people. The question of how do we make it cultural is a beautiful one, and the only way to do that is for a process of political and cultural education and orientation that emphasizes the organic links, yeah, between African peoples across the diaspora. It's the only way to do it, and the works of people like Sheikh Anta Diop in the cultural unity of Black Africa, or in Black Africa and economic, the economic and cultural basis for a federated state. Yeah, these works are instructive in this regard. We have to develop a consciousness that sees Africanness as a central and priority, and from that that informs our economics, that informs our politics, and so on and so forth. It's about relationships, and all political and economic development is about the kinds of relationships that you develop and for what purpose.
Yes,
You know,
I
let me say this one thing. You know, I think you guys continuously try to skate or move past the component that I think Miss Johnny R has said, which is a fact, is that the only way you're gonna be able to create this utopia of what you guys think y'all need or we need, it's gonna have to be a lot of bloodshed, because people have to be punished. Because in order for people to stay on code, they're gonna have to be punished, because there's always an incentive, just like with all the African leaders. They're not on code because there is an incentive for them not to be on code. It's just not. And like I said once before, the blueprint is already there. We have hundreds of years of history of other countries that have done the same thing, and they are on code. For example, there's the blueprint is right there. And what I mean by that is look at Apple. Look at Apple, the iPhone. All Samsung did was mimic the iPhone. Now they're the number 2 selling cell phone in the world. All you got to do is just, the blueprint is already there, so you don't need to come up with this grandiose strategy on how to do this and that. The blueprint is already there. The Crusades.
What's the point? What's the point of doing all of that? Being on code and all of that, if you're gonna revert to a capitalist system, right? Because I just
Well,
can't see
you have to
people
revert
staying on
to it.
code.
You
But I
have to
can't see
revert to
people
it
staying on
because
code
Let him
underneath a
finish.
capitalist type system, because at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to capitalism, right? And that's going to
That's a
boil down
great
to
point.
individualism, right? So you could talk about like putting people on code, but if it's going to revert to individuals acquiring capital for themselves and capitalizing, right, for their bottom line, that's the code. And
Theo,
that's and
Excellent point.
it's not going to happen.
Excellent point.
how can Europeans and Asians stay on code with capitalist
They don't
systems?
do it.
They
That's why
did.
you have
Yeah,
these
they
people
do.
talking
They
about how these
actually do.
companies take
They
jobs
did.
overseas, right? That's why you hear these complaints about jobs being taken overseas by these companies,
I'm not
about
talking
people being
about
let
the
into the
people.
country because they don't do it.
Hold on. Let's pass the Joni. Go ahead, Joni.
The gentleman, I don't know who just said that he doesn't see the point of capitalism. I see the point of I want my children to exist. I want my
No,
children
I'm
to
talking
have
about
children.
staying on code in capitalism.
Yeah,
That's what
but
I'm talking about.
the point about it is that will come later. But
You
first
care
we have
about your kids. That
no,
was
I
it
care
right
about
there.
my
That's a
grandkids.
selfish
No,
idea.
that's
So
not
if you're gonna be
selfish.
selfish, you can't have on code.
Theo, chill out. I want to
Okay.
hear her. Go ahead,
Gotcha.
Joni.
No, I'm not talking about my children. I'm talking about us as a race of moving forward. So we have to sacrifice. We can't see the benefit for ourselves. We're going to have to forget about the big house, the car, the this. I'm talking about 7 generations down. I'm not talking about you don't see the point. The point is for your race to exist, for your race to thrive. You know, our ancestors fought for us, not for themselves. It's for us, for the 7 generations to say, oh, yeah, I'm here because of this. Like, if you keep on saying you don't see the point, then we don't need you.
I'm talking about capitalism, and you got to contextualize what I'm saying. You deviating
Theo,
from
you're
my
not
entire.
letting me finish. Theo, you're not letting me finish.
Go ahead.
I'm talking about
That's the point. They want to go to the strip club.
what China did. First, they did communists, and then they did capitalists. Not everybody in China knows how to read. The outskirts of China, they don't even know how to read. They.
You done?
Is she there?
Yes.
I think your mic cut off, sister.
She popped off. She popped off. The thing is like she said, as black as men, we don't want to make that sacrifice because we want to go to the strip club. We want to drive the Benz. We want to holler at the girls. So we don't want to make that sacrifice. It's obvious. Black men, we don't even take care of our own kids in most cases.
But we talking about free markets, capitalism, and staying on code. It just don't seem to like go together to me. I don't see you having an identity, a group identity, right? That you stick into, and at the same time being able to operate in a free market capitalist system and compete. Because you're gonna have to make some sacrifices where capitalism is concerned, which may be against the interest of the group as a whole.
Okay.
It's just the way.
So you don't think
Let
white people stay on code?
No, they take jobs where they feel like. Listen, we see it all the time, right? These companies will take a job overseas.
You're majoring in the minority and not the majority.
All right, let me explain it. Let me put it.
Well, hold on. Let me pass it to Mr. Sandman. He's away. Go ahead, Mr. Sandman.
Oh yeah, thank you for letting me on. It was interesting that you brought up coal because this is kind of a segue into what I was thinking about. Now, one of the discussions that we were talking about is the black man not being as intelligent as the white man. And if you look into the Bible, I don't know if you guys read the Bible, but in Proverbs 31, it says, "Do not waste your strength on women, on those who ruin kings. It is not for kings to guzzle wine. Rulers should not crave alcohol, for if they drink, they may not forget the law and the justice for the oppressed. Alcohol is for the dying, wine for those with bitter distress. Let them drink to forget their poverty and remember their troubles no more." Now, you think about our history, okay? And the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. These Europeans came to Africa and sold us and bought us for alcohol and drugs. Fast forward to 300 years later, 400 years later, we still killing each other, getting drunk, and shooting guns. Also, let's look at the since we were talking about the IMF and the world trade, let's talk about the ramifications of 9/11. Now, Osama bin Laden knocked down the World Trade Center.
So
prior to 9/11, right? The USA didn't have, it had debt, but not that much debt. Who funded that war that the United States engaged with the Middle East? China did. They bought all our debt to fund the war in the Middle East, and that catapulted China into a world power. And with that power, they used that to have carte blanche in Africa, because now their economy is backed by the debt of the United States of America. Now we look at ourselves today in the year 2022. Oil in the Middle East still has a grip on global economy. You look at this war between Russia and Ukraine, is driving inflation rates through the roof globally. China is growing its global economic impact in Africa using the debt that it owns through the United States that used to be U.S. territory. And we wonder, how could we solve all of these issues? See, these are problems that have been ingrained for hundreds of years, and it's not something that we're going to be able to fix overnight. But it'll start by, one, okay, we need to increase our IQ. You want to increase your IQ, you need peace, and you need to stop wasting your brain. We need to stop wasting our brain on stuff that's killing us, like drugs and alcohol. So how can, if I'm a smart person that reads a lot, how can I learn if I'm always stressed out in the hood about the next man killing me, or if I got to protect myself? You know what I'm saying? So it starts with peace, and then it starts with the right diet and moving ourselves and getting out of our shells and moving ourselves towards a position of power using the blueprint of civilization that makes people stronger.
Hey, let me ask y'all this. If you had a country, right, and it was, let's say it was all black folks, right, what would be the reason why you wouldn't practice socialism?
Because socialism and capitalism are the same thing. It's just that the driving forces of economic exchange are controlled. One is so-called controlled by the government, and then the other is so-called controlled by private enterprise. But none of us have ever, even in America, we don't live in a so-called capitalist country. The closest thing to a capitalist country, I was going to say, the closest thing would be Somalia or Puntland. But you won't see none of the free market economists moving over to Somalia anytime soon, because that's no regulation at all.
You have a democratic elected government, right, that works on behalf of the people. So the government is the people, right? It's a collective thing, right? Because democracy is really just a political socialism, right, if you ask me. But let's say you got a country like that, right? Why wouldn't you practice socialism? Like, why would...
But every country is practicing socialism.
Everyone sharing in the resources together. If the idea is unity, because... to me, it seems to be a contradiction between the ideals that are talked about sometimes, right? On the one hand, it's about unity, it's about working together, it's about moving forward together, and on the other hand, it's about capitalism, right? Private interest.
But Theo,
it's always going to go down. It's always going to boil down to some selfishness being put at the forefront if a person gets the upper hand where capitalism is concerned.
But Theo, is Elon Musk? Theo, hold on. I'm gonna ask Theo a question. Theo, is Elon Musk not a socialist? All his contracts came from the government. The guy, Ellison from Oracle. These guys are all getting government contracts. This is socialism. I think what they've taught us. No, because I personally, you can ask Dynasty, everybody. I'm against the state. I only deal with the nation state because I'm forced to. It is what it is. But what I'm saying is that when we try to create these distinctions, I think again this is that Harry Potter magic that I'm trying to say. This linguistic magic that they do to us. They give us this distinction of capitalism and socialism, but when you really analyze it, there's really no difference. They tell us, again, like these Europeans are the epitome of do as I say.
Let's pass the Missy bar. Missy Bar, go ahead, Missy Bar.
So alafia to every one of you. Hold on, let me do this. Alafia to every one of you. Can you hear me?
Hey, sister, how you doing?
She popped off. The thing is
Oh, can you hear
Yes.
me?
Hey, so you got to turn off the. So you got somebody to turn off the playback.
make that
Hold on.
sacrifice because we want to go to the strip.
Abba, now can you hear me now?
You're good. You're good. Go ahead.
All right. So grand afternoon to every single one of you.
Good
Great
afternoon.
conversation. I pray, rather should I say, I know that all this conversation that Brother Amir is allowing us to have on his platform will start resulting into something. We start resulting into not just as a collective, but as us as individual to take stock of our own life, right? So I don't even think we understand the implication of IMF, what they've done to Africa, right? Not just Africa, even in South Americans, what they've done in those places. That IMF Bank, they devastate Africa in so many ways. So many of our problems that we have, many of the reason why our leaders are corrupt today, stem from all that, right? And I think it's very important for us as Black people, right? The Africans, to understand that the people that enslave us, not because it's beyond laziness, that this is about genetics. This is about them claiming that they're genetically superior to continuously making Africa or Africa in the Black people here look at be at the bottom of everything. So until we understand where this is coming from, so that if we understand that this is about their genetics and this is about them claiming dominance, that they want to rule the world into infinity, even though they are the most degenerate, right? That they should not touch anything. Anything that they've touched have been destroyed, right? Now, let's just go back a little bit, right? So after the end of slavery, I keep saying that after the end of colonization for Africa, the biggest mistake we made is everybody start packing their bag, running to go to other country. What should have been done is to say, what happened to us? How can we say this is never going to happen again, number one? Number two, who are we as a group, right? Because you can't keep following the same people that enslave, colonize, destroy your economy. In fact, completely destroy you as a human being. And then we want to follow everything that they're doing. Everything that the West does cannot work for Africa because we are family. We live in communities. We don't do individualism. And if you look at it, the people that preach to you individualism, themselves are not living that way, right? America could create social security. They create welfare. They created all of these other things. Do you all know that long before the United States ever start offering free education and all those things, Nigeria offered it first to its citizens? Nigeria offer free education, free healthcare. Those are the things that Obafemi Awolowo all put together as part of what they're going to offer to every Nigerians after the end of colonization, right? What happened? The Civil War stopped all that everybody wants to do their own thing, their own way. If all of us, we have to go back to doing everything within community, that all Nigerians have to come together as one, right? You secure your border, every single area. In fact, I was telling someone that every schools in Nigeria need to have farms, right? That you should be farming, that food and fruits should be available to children that grow from the ground, number one. All your water system should be clean. We have a lot of men in the country that can take care of these things. We have a lot of women. If all the money that is coming from, for example, like localities, can be used to do clean water, take care of agriculture, right? All the money that's coming from federal government, all this money can be allocated in proper way that Nigerians, listen, I'm talking about Nigeria, but what I'm saying about Nigeria can be applied to any other country in Africa. Just be what? Race first. Just be what? Nigerian first. You are Nigeria before you are anything else. You are Africa before you are anything else. You are black before you are anything else, which means whatever you are going to do must be good for the good of your own country. That you have to be race first, which means nobody should take money out of the country to put in any other bank. You taking money out of Nigeria, you put it in Switzerland. Then you go ahead and borrow money from IMF. IMF know that you have money somewhere. They know that you're hiding your country's money. But the same IMF that's borrowing money is the same IMF that's also teaching you how to loot money out of your country. Right? The guy that worked for, what is his name? Trump? One of his manager, the one that was being accused
Bolton.
of, what's his name?
Is it Bolton, the one who admitted to coups in Africa?
Not that one, but he has, Bolton is a lunatic, right? But I forgot his name, but I think he was sent to jail. I don't know if he even goes to jail, but he was the one helping Nigerian leaders put the money out of the country. Do you understand? So when you're looting trillions, billions out of the country, and then you wonder, if Nigeria never sell a single oil a day, Nigeria is going to be good because we got talent. Right now, we have a lot of young men, I'm not sure about the women, but young men making cars. We have a lot of talents. Nigeria in computer, they're great. So we can secure our internet. You can secure a lot of places that need to be secured without needing a single Chinese. What we have to be is to be race first. What we have to be is to be trustworthy to our own country, right? That you don't have a bunch of Nigerians coming to the US and say they want to join the military, but you're not joining the military in your own country. That talent can be used outside of this place. Go back there and put that talent to work there. If you want to come to US, you want to be a doctor, we just have to do what we have to do. Go back there and do it there. You see, I will let somebody else continue, but be raised first. Start farming everywhere. Every place in Nigeria needs to be. Just start farming. If you can solve the people, the hunger first, and they can have enough water, the rest of it is history, right? You cannot follow those that are rape your forefathers. What worked for them will never work for us because we are now about to enslave other people to build Nigeria. Who are we going to enslave? Now,
Exactly.
To enslave them. Yibo is not going to allow you to enslave them. Oh, definitely Hausa is not going to allow you to enslave them. Now, what's going to have to happen? Every man and woman, start from the youth. Start teaching children how to farm. Let them know how to build. It doesn't take that much. We're going to have to go back to start eating from the ground. If you can eat from the ground, you can eliminate the idea of people being sick all the time. Eat more fruit and vegetables. This thing is not rocket scientist, right? We're done with people bringing us medicine. Who in their right mind is trusting medicine that's coming from China? Who in their right mind is trusting medicine that's coming from this country? When you have a group of people, these last 2 years have to teach Africans something. It is true that they say that this thing was put out there, right? If it was put out there, I don't know. But it was a pause for the entire world to see those who are following for the past, let's just say 50, 60 years, right? Are these leaders that when push comes to shove, they cannot fix the most simple thing that happened? They shut down the entire planet. When they shut down the entire planet, they thought Africa was just going to be dropping dead. Glory be to God, that did not happen. Moving forward, Africa needs to stand on their own 2 feet. If anybody wants to come ahead to come and destroy the entire continent because you don't want to deal with them, let them go ahead. And by the way, Africa may want to think about something. If they say that from now on, they don't want to be using currency like we're using now, that they want to be putting chips on your body, is Africa going to allow that as well?
Some of these Africans on the on these chat phones and on these panels and platforms will go along with it so they can be developed.
Well, let them go along with it, but I'm saying the entire continent of Africa may want to take a pause on this one. Because the head should not be at the bottom. We may want to really take a pause and take stock of our own life, our own country, our own continent. That Africa was already assigned for us. It is time for us to take stock, which means anybody that we choose as a leader must start thinking about what is good for the locals. You know, I remember I was in my class, I was doing some research in 2004. Some of the things that Bush administration did was to force India to start buying wheat from Americans. And when they were buying that wheat, do you know the government of India were not able to eat? They couldn't give that wheat to their citizens because the wheat was so terrible. So they just put that wheat in the storage, but they were giving money to African farmers, but they were not able to use the wheat because the wheat was just terrible. And then part of the deal that they did was to say the GMOs, that they're going to be using all the GMO seed. And within a couple of weeks, Indian farmers were committing suicide because their ground, the ground that they farm on was destroyed. And this thing is what they're still introducing to us now in Africa, that we need to be using GMO seed. You see, these people are literally causing starvation everywhere they go. Everything they touched, it destroyed.
Missy Barrow.
Go ahead.
Missy Barrow.
Yeah.
Question. Do you feel like justice, fairness, and reason will always line up with putting your race first?
Yes.
Or do you think that would be a conflict in the mind of people which would undermine the idea of race first?
There could not listen to be just, to have justice, to be fairness, to be fair. It's part of being race first. What we are doing right now is not race first. Okay, when you have one individual take $1 trillion out of the country, how is that race first? How is that justified? When people are committing crime,
what if somebody covers that person up because they share the same race, right? So let's say
that's not what race first means. I think we need. Sorry, Mama. Not to interrupt you, Mama, but I think that we need to be clear about what race first means. And as a Garvey, I think I can explain this. Yeah.
When I'm saying, I'm talking about be African first.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Ma.
Right?
The race.
Listen, let me just tell you my mentality. If I'm in any part of power, that you have somebody that took money that can be clearly, if you don't take that money up, I'm going to line up your entire family, and we're about to use them as an example. You bring that money back on a double. If you don't, your entire family.
But mommy, we don't go fit do that one for Nigeria now. Who won't do that one to Tinubu? Who won't go do that one to Tinubu? All those alliances, nobody could do one like that.
Virtually every one of them that still.
But not be only of all of them. Who won't start them? That's the problem. Who get the power and the mind? Say they won't go carry soldiers, carry gun now. Say you won't go kill them.
So because of gun, you're not going to do anything.
No, I'm not saying we don't go do anything. I'm just saying that the fight.
Yeah, we have to get right.
The fear. That's the thing.
And this is the point, right? Because
at some point, enough people have to say, okay, we're tired of this. This is what is going on. Do we want just a couple of people? Because this is what your the end of colonization brought to you. This is what the killing of people like Muritala Muhammad When Muritala Muhammad was in power, everybody can tell you how shifting was in Nigeria, and he was an honest man. This is what interrupting Shagari and Co. This is what he brought to you. Now where we are now. Are we
Okay,
saying,
but even today, okay, for example, look at Nandi for East, look at Sunday Igboho, look at our people now be the ones when they said when they betray us. Sunday Igboho was removing all those headsmen from Yoruba land. See how all the Yoruba elite betrayed him. Look at Nandi there in the East. They all betrayed him. So this is the problem. This is the fundamental problem.
Listen to this. You are now here, right? Do you have 10 friends? Does your friend have 10 friends? Do we have 100,000 people that can say, we 100,000 people, we are about what is good for Nigeria? And you have what is good for Nigeria listed, regardless of where you come from in Nigeria, right? I'm saying you are Nigerian first before anything else, regardless of whether Tinubu this, Tinubu that, right? If it was my own father, I'm telling you what I would do. Right? Yeah. If this is my own brother, I'm telling you what I will do. That you put your country first before anything else. That you put the need of family, the need of women, the need of children, the need of elderly. That you put the need of your police state, right? Your military. That if your military are properly fed, if they are properly educated, if you demand national that they put the country first, that if you don't do it, this is what we're going to do it, and nobody, and I mean no country, regardless of who they think they are, will come to Nigeria to challenge us for what?
But it's having principle. We don't sell out. We West Africans, especially Nigerian people, that's why I'm not in Nigeria, I'm in Soko. We have always abandoned our principles. We started when the Dutch and the Portuguese first came for mirrors and trinkets. That's why our brothers ended up in the Americas. We have always been quick to abandon principles. And so what ends up happening is the undesired are now hanging out with the unwanted. So like now, everything you're saying is 100% correct. But maybe you go Lekki, maybe you go Abuja, talk to those people when they're in power. Do you think they are thinking like that? Their mentality is their children should go to London, their children should go to Harvard, their children should go to this place. They send us.
Take a look at this. If you are ready for it, and I'm ready for it, everybody on the panel is ready to be raised first. I'm telling you, one by one, little by little, right? But one by one, that you started from pre-grade. This is not about starting from those who are elders anymore. You can still get all your people from under the age of 30, right? Listen, you cannot tell me that Africa is as corrupt as United States. You can't tell me that. You will never.
No, but I can tell you that the youth now. I can tell you that the youth, because me, mommy, I did Nigeria now. See, these youth of Nigeria today, they know say, oh look, this church. Okay, I did down for the other day, right? One old papa did there. So the conductor and the guy, the change. Nothing the conductor tell the old man, which 10 years ago, you will never hear anybody talk like this to an elder. He told the old man, he said, Baba, he said to me, Yoruba, he said, if you are looking for respect, go to the mortuary. That's what he told an old man. You understand? So the mentality now is not about evil corruption. Is that what has happened in Africa is the systems, our culture has been so thoroughly bastardized, has so thoroughly failed the people, that now these young Africans coming up, they have no pride in being African. They have a shame. They don't know that Africa has contributed anything. They don't know Africans were practicing C-sections before the first European landed on the shores. You know, so when they go, that's why, like, for example, you guys remember there was a girl, she went over to a climate conference and they photoshopped her out of the picture. And she was like, I never could have believed that these white people would do me like this. Right? And it's like, of course, you won't believe that because you're sitting there in Nigeria thinking the white man is your God, thinking the white man is your savior. And so this is what we have to contend with on the ground, to educate these people on the ground with this information, then to get them ready and prepared to fight the people in power.
Organization requires us to develop.
I'm glad that you are.
Can everybody hear me? Sorry. Can everybody hear me?
So, sorry about that, brother. I'm glad that you are in Nigeria, right? Now, part of not just your responsibility, but my responsibility is now to get started. We got work to do, right? I promise you, I know that everything seems so daunting. It looks like a mountain that you can climb. Look at us now, where we are having this conversation. I remember when I first came back to the US and I used to watch the Democratic Party, and you all know how Democrats say they are the people, they are for the progressive and they are for the poor, right? As my father used to say, why do you always align yourself with the poor? I'm not poor. I agree. But what the Democrats always says out of their mouth seems so, it sounds justified. But at the same time, the Democrat will tell you that, but we can't do anything about it. We can't do. Why is it that you can only stop to this vote for the lesser of two evil? Why must I vote for the evil when good is there for me to vote for? Why should I go with the criminals when I can always stay on the right side of goodness, right? My nature is good. I was born right, right? So it is now our responsibility to say, in our mind, we need to change the way we look at our youth. In our mind, we should have no fear of any of these youth. That when you see something going wrong, when you see the police officer doing something, say something, right? You know, a lot of goodness, a lot of good things we're going to do is never going to be publicized, right? Because it is not in the interest of those that want to enslave you, those that didn't want you to know that you are the one that invent virtually everything on the planet, that if not for a black man, if not for a black woman, we will still be living in the dark. When you start speaking to your children like that, and you start talking to the youth like this, they will start thinking, Nigerians are brilliant. The Ghanaians are brilliant. I have brilliant people within my own family. The first novel I ever read was my brother at the age of 12. He wrote 412 pages of novel. It's still the best novel I've ever read in my life. At that tender age, that he read it the way he was able to put in perspective the role of elder men victimizing young children. He was 12 years old at the time. I remember taking the book at school, and he came to my school and beat the hell out of me and took his book from me. But I'm saying that our children are brilliant. It's by definition the good.
Madam, I want to ask you a question. What about if and this is a controversial question, maybe people on the panel can chime in. Love to hear what Shakara has to say. What about if we get rid of these African concepts? Because I'll tell you the truth, I don't see myself as in Nigeria. I don't care about Nigeria. I'm Isoko. Now, yes, I respect all people. If you need me, I'm there. But the concept of Nigeria is British real estate in my eyes. Nigeria was created by British people. As a matter of fact, for me, Nigeria is like the leaders of Nigeria are like slumlords. Nigeria is basically, I don't know in the UK if they have the projects in the UK, but in the US we got the projects, and you got a bunch of slumlords that run the projects. And they come there, they do a little bit of patching here and there. So I personally, so do you think that's feasible in 2022 for these nation states to be restructured and redefined?
You can restructure. You can do whatever it is that you want to do, but here's where you have a problem, right? I think it was, I wanted to say, I was taking one of my classes, right? Because I studied government and public policy, right? I was in one of the classes, and you can see how these people have done enough research on Nigeria particularly. And they were saying by 2050 that Nigeria is going to be one of the regional power, if not a major power in the world. Okay, as soon, I don't know what brought me, so I got mad when the person was doing the presentation. I got mad and I abandoned my presentation. I said, please, just leave Nigeria out of your mouth. And I don't know why you guys are doing that much research, because we don't want you there. We don't want you to be, propaganda everything that Nigeria was going to be. Okay, that was just what I think it was 2016 with this conversation. But do you know around that same time, they're already in Nigeria. You already have different groups. You already have all these things. What is that? Boko Haram popping up. Things that you've never heard of before. So even though that they're doing research to see where you guys are going to be in the next few, because according to your citizen, the level of your education, according to your development, because unlike you saying you are not Nigerians, you may not be saying that you are not Nigeria, but what do you have left? In order for them to be able to colonize Nigeria.
I'm not Nigerian, no. No. I cannot be Nigerian because Nigeria is a creation. Is not, especially as me from the Delta. Because we from the Delta, for example, we from the Delta, we have been the ones financing that project called Nigeria. Look at now, Zamfara just got gold. What did they say? They said it's Zamfara's gold. So these are the little microcosms that nobody really analyzes, which get in the way of so-called Pan-Africanism or get in the way of Black first or African first. Because how can you expect people to stay in that country called Nigeria when you have these economic injustices that are in play?
But there is economic injustice right here in the United States.
No, I'm not worried about the United States. United States is another French experiment. We're fine with that. But what I'm saying is...
Listen. You have to worry about United States for one simple fact, because it is the United States and the British that are interrupting your progress in your country, right? That for every time you want to pick a government that is your own, just because you can see what is being done, it doesn't mean that somebody is not doing anything behind you, right?
And no, I agree. We know what they're doing. But what I'm saying is this, is that even with standing, we know what the IMF is doing. We know what the Western powers are doing. That's why I've been contending. You look at, for example, you have the Emirates. There's no magic. There's no juju that says we must all be together. We can have our separate entities and still come together as a confederacy. Is that possible?
You already, first of all, you in Nigerians, you already separated. Every ethnic group have their own. They have their own home. So Yoruba have Yoruba land, Igbo have Igbo land, Hausa have Hausa land, and I'm sure Delta State have their own area. So you are already separated. What you are doing now is you're ruling as a single country. So the idea that
no, but we're not, because if you say that, the petrol in Nigeria, the oil in Nigeria comes from one region. And he has been used to finance the Nigerian project since the 1960s.
That's why you're going to have a problem. Take a look at this. Even if the oil in Nigeria is coming from just under Abeokuta alone, it's still part of Nigeria for now. Take a look at this. It's still part of Nigeria, and it must be used for the betterment of the country. That is my stand on that. What is not my stand?
But if you do that, but it has not been. So now it has never been. That has not happened. So now, why do you expect the people there in those lands to go along with the Nigeria project?
Take a look at what I'm trying to tell you. Take a look at what I'm trying to tell you. Take a look at what I'm trying to tell you. This is where the idea that you cannot at all allow anybody, no matter where they come from in that country, no matter who they think they are, to loot the money out of the country, number one. Number two, you have to take away all the salary of your senators. You have to take away all the salary of the representative. They need to get only the amount that makes sense according to their position, right? Number one, it used to be, I'm not sure if they're still doing it, where they assign oil plot to a senator. That is how
you have people in the north that own oil blocks. Danjuma has an oil block. He's from the north. How does Danjuma have an oil block? Then people will now look at us in the delta. He has an oil block. And tell us.
He has an oil
block. These are the things that I'm saying that needs to be taken away. Nobody, listen to what I'm saying if I'm saying it. Regardless of what this is, if you decided to say the British name Nigeria, I don't have any dispute regarding that. All of you together, you can come with a name that you want to name.
Yeah, we can hear you, Shaka. We can hear you, Shaka.
Okay, you
just got to have sharp elbows. You just got to use sharp elbows.
Oh, okay. So if somebody else wants to speak, go ahead and speak. I'll come back.
Thank you, Mama. I appreciate
Forgive
it.
me
No,
for that.
I just wanted to say that when we're talking about oil in Nigeria, it's impossible to do that without calling the names of Shell and BP and ExxonMobil, and all of these companies, right, that are involved and are actually managing and controlling the oil and as well as the government policy in relation to the oil. Yeah. And so the human rights abuses that are being committed in the Delta of Nigeria are covered up by a conspiracy of Western interests, right? You know what I'm saying? That the legal, the political, and the economic conspire, yeah, in order to ensure that the extraction of that oil benefits the geopolitical entity known as the West. And part of what facilitates that is the lack of organization among Africans and the lack of unity among Africans in the region. And I completely agree with my brother Gassam up in terms of negating, at least in our minds, in our consciousness, the validity of these colonial borders, because they were developed for the specific purpose of creating economic, as you said, slums, yeah, for Western interests, and our economic power, and even in a neo-colonial sense, we're starting to realize this now, but our economic power kind of relies upon our ability to go beyond those borders, right? You know what I'm saying, to a significant degree. But we're not going to do that again without challenging the power and the stranglehold of these foreign corporations, right? So in relation to that, the idea of culture, one of the ways that we do this in terms of strengthening our connection to each other is through emphasizing again those cultural ties. For example, we talk about language, right? For just as one example, yeah? And it's often said that Africa has so many thousands of languages and so on and so forth. And blah, blah. I'm hearing some feedback. I'm not sure.
So somebody got to mute their mic.
Yeah. Now, just if we take Yoruba, for example, as a language, right, and then we look at it in the context of the Kwa language like group, all right, which involves languages that are spoken in Ghana, which involves languages that are spoken in Ivory Coast, which involves languages that are spoken in Benin, which involves languages that are spoken in Togo, etc., etc., etc. And if we begin to educate as Mama was saying, our young people about the significance of language in culture, and the fact that the Kwa language family indicates the fact that the various different people that speak these Kwa languages have a historical and a cultural link to each other, yeah, that begins to affect our consciousness in terms of what Mama was saying in terms of race first. We begin to develop our race first ideology by emphasizing the links between our various different people groups, and it's a process. It takes time, yeah, and that linkage socially translates into economics, it translates into politics, and so on and so forth. But we have to develop the consciousness, yeah? Consciousness precedes all activity. Consciousness precedes unity. Consciousness precedes economic and political activity in general. And so we have to go through those steps.
Now, Shaka, how do you bring that on the ground? How do you get that to the ground? Because like now you come to Nigeria, you go to Ghana, but let's use Nigeria. You go on the ground in Nigeria. You got a lot of these young boys who coming from the north, and I love the north. I have no beef with them. I'm not one of those southern Nigerians who talks about them and says the north, blah, blah, blah. My whole thing is if the north is unified, southern people stop acting like punks and unify too. But you got a lot of these young boys coming in from the north driving Okada. What you're saying is great in theory. You're not going to get to them with that. We got a hard sell. And I think that's where the practicality sometimes, you know, us on the outside, where we're in the West. Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, I don't deny that it's a hard sell. Yeah, it is a hard sell. But it's one that must be engaged in. That's the point. And I think that's the essence of what Mama Ibarra is saying. Yeah, in the sense of if we see the work that has to be done, then we just have to do the work. We know there's going to be challenges. I'm coming. We know there's going to be challenges, but this is what has to be done. And I'm saying there's no simple answer to how do we engage it, but one of them is developing independent educational institutions. One of them is developing free political education for the masses of our people. One of them is developing media platforms, independent media platforms for the sharing and dispensation of this information. I'm going to call the name of a Baba by the name of Kwesi Pra, who is from Ghana, but currently lives in South Africa and is doing his organizations are doing fantastic work on the language front in terms of developing what he calls shared orthographies of varying African languages, and they've done a lot of research whereby they've identified that all of the languages that are spoken on the African continent fit into between 8 and 12 language families, and that there's varying different levels of mutual intelligibility among them, right? And so one of the things that they do is that they develop shared orthographies and begin to produce materials in agriculture and in medicine and in politics in these shared orthographies and begin to educate in them, right? And so it's a long what you call it now? It's a long term.
Hey, let's do this. We got brother two. We got two Niger who's been patiently waiting. Two Niger, go ahead. Two Niger, go ahead.
I've just been listening to
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Can we stop now? Come on, stop it. If I wanted to interrupt, I could have, but I think I was just listening to the conversation. Even if most of it didn't have much to do with the topic, I think as them up your way of looking at Nigeria. You know, I've said it before, we all have multiple identities. You actually said you didn't even appreciate the so-called state government or nation state. So
Tonight, I think you're going in and out.
Oh, I'm going in and out. I think I can hear my son. Okay, I don't know what I'm going in and out. The point is that
you sound on my end. You sound good. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, you see, nations are not founded on precisely what we like to see. You know, it's not a flower planting ceremony, and most nations don't have pretty beginnings. Well, let's not pretend it wasn't a Nigerian that also wrote the constitution. We may not have the best constitution today, but we have what we have, and we have to make the best of it. When we try to always want the best all the time before we can solve any real problem, then we are just making excuses for inaction, really. Regarding the topic, the IMF, I think that is just one of the problems we have. In terms of underdevelopment, they use all kinds of mechanisms to prevent our development. There is one that most people don't even notice at all because they don't talk about it openly, which is the TRIP protocol of the WTO. What that basically means is that the intellectual property rights, are protected under TRIP. And what that simply means is that you can't, when you invent something, let's say in Africa, and somebody claims that they invented the same thing in some other country, you can't use that stuff to make money on the continent. Which means you always have a problem on your hand. If they just claim, if they go into any dispute with you, guess who is going to win with that dispute? Who is going to pay for your law bills and your cases? So you're going to lose all the time. So if there's a bright idea that comes out on the continent, they can either buy it up or take it. So in other words, you will never benefit, will never win in terms of innovation. And it comes down to, in the end, muscle. And when you don't have the muscle to defend your innovation, good luck with that one. You are not going to develop. The Chinese, what they did was, they basically just decided that, you know what, you guys have stolen enough from us. Let's just start stealing from you too. And then they stole from the Americans, and the Americans tried to threaten them, like, good luck trying to threaten us when we have nuclear weapons. And that's how they bluff their way out of it. And then there's another layer where they manipulate currencies. You know, during the time of the COVID-19, they gave themselves over $17 trillion worth of loans. They call it loans because they can decide who to give to and who not to give to. We all know how when you apply for loans, they can decline you. And they decline all Africans and they give it to only the G20 countries.
Oh, really?
And that is war. But in silence, they have $17 trillion that they can actually spend. It's not monopoly money. But while the continent doesn't have anything, that is a form of war, but we didn't even feel the heat. And the same thing, the IMF created $650 billion of funds to help, countries that suffered COVID-19. And guess what they gave Africans out of that 650 billion? 5% of it.
Really?
The entire continent got about 5% of it. And some countries tried to argue that they should allocate that. They didn't. They gave themselves that. So the controls are on so many levels, and our leaders I don't know what's happening to them, why they can't speak out openly against these things. You see, these are things that you can see online, and your leaders don't open their mouth to tell the people what is actually going on.
Because they don't bite the hand that feeds them. That's why.
And somebody once said recently, this lady published a video that was released in the 70s in America about how they separate us from our leaders. They basically take the brainy ones from the community and give them education, give them wealth and prestige. And because of that, they feel like they need to protect that prestige, and that alienates them from their people. And in other words, that person becomes one of them, according to their description of the person. The person becomes one of them, and the people hate their leaders. They're just like Africans hate their leaders right now, and we drive our leaders into their hands even further. So this is the game they've been playing, and they knew the consequences since the 70s. They even used it in a movie. So the challenges we face is on so many levels. At the heart of it is our division and our ability not to pull our own voice together. And this is why from the beginning I kept saying we have to become immune to division. Let's just deafen our ears whenever they say, oh, this tribe and that tribe and all that garbage, religion. You hear Nigerians sometimes talking about, Muslim, Christians, as if it's the religion of their forefathers. None of them created those things. We heard Gazemo complain about how we didn't write our constitution. Who gave us these religions? Why are we not complaining about? Why are we fighting over religion that doesn't even belong to us? So, and we persecute our own.
I'm in the village with the Juju people. So me, I don't care about the religion. Yeah, me, I'm with my Richard. My Juju, so
say that more to our Nigerians so that they understand these things. Because I've had even a fool.
You want them to swear for me? You want them to curse me and say that I'm an enemy of Satan, I'm an agent of Satan? You can't tell this to a Nigerian that you are with the spirits.
In the end,
is the oil in Nigeria nationalized?
No. As a matter of fact, they privatize the national.
Yeah, they just privatize the NNPC.
Yeah, the thing is, in the end, it comes down to strength. If you don't have strength in this world, everything you do tends to fail. It's just you can't even defend your debts. You can if America borrows money today, the country
you saw how they attack Buhari.
How do you mean?
They just recently attacked his convoy.
Oh yeah, they've been attacking his convoy. That was new.
And they said that they're going to kidnap him and drag him to Katsina.
Yeah, I think they attacked the train going from Abuja to Kaduna, and they took hostages, and they said they're coming for the governor of Kaduna, and they're going to come for Buhari.
They killed three guys.
And Dunaja, one of the guys who's the kidnappers, he was one of the guys who was freed from that big prison break in Abuja.
Yeah,
he said he's back now. He said he's back now. He's back with a vengeance.
Yeah, they are really trying to threaten.
Like a Jane Corvette there, right?
I've been having a lot of debates with Nigerians about this, and I think their eyes are beginning to open slightly to the fact that it's the numbers. Because I even checked even further. I already knew this just from the data alone, but when you read the report that they wrote about military strengths in the world, how it correlates to development. The guys that wrote the report were like saying about how, commanders' tactical awareness and the ability to make decisions and technology and training affects their military strength.
What's the name
fundamentally, you just search military strength of nations, you probably see the micro trend or one of these, I've forgotten the precise, I can send you the link. So what they said was that fundamentally, what determines the military strength of a country is how many soldiers you can deploy. And this is exactly the reason why even America cannot contain the Taliban. They cannot contain Iraq. Because if you don't have, no matter how much weapon you have, it's not going to make any difference. No matter how much technology you have, it's not going to make any difference. Because human beings are extremely clever. They will fight you with everything they've got until you give up. And Nigerians right now, our soldiers are fighting an unwinnable battle. When you tell Nigerians, they don't want to face it.
You know why too, Niger? Because the politics, the politicians in Nigeria, since these coups happened, they have an unwritten rule: you do not finance the military too much. So they're in a catch-22. If they have a weak military, which they're all seeing now, because now you have terrorists saying they want to kidnap the president. If they have a weak military, they face this problem. But if they have a strong military, they also have the possibility that when they're messing up, a strong military personality can arise. So how do you, if you're in charge of Nigeria, how do you balance that?
From what I can,
but you know what's doing like that right now, though, isn't it? Right?
See,
You know what's doing like that right now?
sorry.
Africa.
So, sorry, I would do the African stuff. I think from what I observe, the bigger the military, the less likely they actually overthrow governments, which is strange. And it's almost like that phenomenon where people, if somebody is getting abused on the street and one person is walking past, that person is more likely to intervene against the person abusing some other person. But if 5 people were walking past, they would all walk past. Nobody would do anything because everybody's expecting the next person to do something about it. For some reason, bigger militaries don't overthrow the governments that put them in place. Maybe because they understand that the people are the ones paying for this in their survival and the fact that they exist. They don't want to, kill the goose that lays the golden egg. So, but that is basically true. Check online, you see how it correlates. And interestingly, policing doesn't correlate with prosperity. You see some of the most policed countries are some of the poorest ones, but the countries with the strongest military are the most prosperous ones. And this is what matters. It tells you that what military does is it gives a nation the space to make decisions in the interest of that nation. But if your military is not strong, you make decisions based on the interest of the powers of the world, like the IMF, like the World Bank, WTO, UN, name it. When UN makes any statement, Nigerians care. Why should we care? The West doesn't care. America doesn't care whether the UN says anything. They don't care. They just ignore the UN and move on. So, but Nigerians, go ahead.
Do you feel like nationalization of the oil would have benefited Nigeria?
I don't personally. Those are symptoms. If you nationalize it without robust institutions, it's still going to be stolen. If you privatize
nationalization is not a catch-all solution.
But I mean, if you use the funds raised from selling the oil to strengthen the people via education,
it can be good. It can be good, but I think what the brother is saying is correct in the sense of the fact that whenever that has been done in certain African and in fact in the Americas where majority Black nations are concerned, you put yourself at threat of having an American military invasion, right? That happens. And in fact, what they're doing at the moment is installing military bases all over the world, and in particular on the continent in relation to Africa. So whereby you have militaries that are being trained by American special forces and receiving American political and economic indoctrination, right? So we have to bear in mind that from a military point of view, in terms of a military is really an economic institution, right? It requires resources. It's not people resources.
I got you on that, but the oil is owned by the state in Iran, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Russia.
Yeah, and we can see what is Venezuela. No, the point is that it's not that you're wrong.
So these people economies are actually, and when I say the collective economy is benefiting from their oil, like they're actually building infrastructure. It's not just some places you got, the rulers are pretty much the state, so they own the oil and they enrich their families, but they actually use the oil to build the infrastructure of the countries, right? So you don't seem to see that much in Africa, and Nigeria being, I think, the largest oil exporter in Africa. Maybe there's some individuals getting rich, right?
The point I'm making is that. Go.
Yeah, can I explain something about that? I think, for one, Saudi Arabia and I think Emirates are a bit of an outlier in terms of this thing, in terms of how strong they are and why the US allows them to do what they do. One, Saudi Arabia is strategically very important to the US. They have had an agreement that has lasted more than 100 years, even before major oil exploration started, because that region is very important to the West. This is the first time in history that a non-member of that belt.
Norway, don't forget Norway. I didn't throw that out there, but Norway is another.
That one is a European country. They have the privilege of not having problems. Let me explain. I think the reason why a nation that is not part of the European Union is doing well with oil, is because this is the first time in history the northern part of Europe has ever controlled the world. Is the powers of the world always came from that region, from Egypt, Greece, Rome, Persian Empire. They all come from that region, including Saudi Arabia itself, on the Ottoman Empire and all of them. So that region needed to be kept in check while the North is doing their business. This is why the Suez Canal and all those things, the politics around those areas is very, very important to Americans. This is why Israel is also very important. They do those things to nations that they have an interest in, like Japan right now. Japan is very important to the US because they use Japan to counter China to an extent, or North Korea. So it's very important. They allow you to grow. Now they need India badly. Hence why they are trying to bribe India with nuclear submarines. But can you imagine?
Iran nationalized their oil though, right?
Iran is not a friend of the West, so
I know,
but
they nationalized their oil, right?
Yeah, see, why do you think they did? They have the power to do that because they were willing to face the consequences. How many African countries have been willing to do that? That is the question. Iran has a very strong military right now. So the West knows that if they go after them, they're going to have problems. They're going to disrupt the part of this in the sea freights through that region, and it's going to affect the economy significantly. So this is why Iran has leverage. So African countries, even if they have leverage, they've not woken up to the fact that they need to defend themselves. You will be surprised how many Nigerians till this very day is saying that we should call on the West to come and help us. Some of them actually advocated that we should be recolonized. Today, this is the kind of thinking we are talking about. We have to start turning, and this is why the voice of the diaspora is quite important, because they are coming from even a more remote point of view. They really know the problem from they have a perspective. But me as a Nigerian, talking to Nigerians, you come from the point of view of a Nigerian. They always give you that thing that, how can you not understand us? Why should I understand you asking for your country to be recolonized? They don't understand what African Americans have been through. They think this is a child's play. Colonization is a child's play. So this is the kind of mentality we are facing. We are going to beat that one because, sorry, there's a lot of feedback. We just need about 10% or so of people that will do the right things on behalf of the continent. And those people should be ready to do what it takes, because this is what it takes to recover from this mess that we are in. It's a very serious one because Africa is so profitable for so many regions of the world. If you want to break out of it, don't expect it to be easy. You know, we have looked at it. We have expected it to be easy for 500 years. It never got us anywhere. And somehow, some people still walk around today thinking that there's not going to be sacrifices that will be made. We have to be ready to make the sacrifices. We have to use the technologies that we have now to fix some of the problems where we can do it easily. Yeah, and I think Dinah's your stuff is echoing.
Yeah. We're going to close out in 30. But go ahead and finish your statement. We're going to close out. Go ahead.
Okay, so if we want to deal with this problem in terms of underdevelopment, at the heart of it is the people. At the heart of it all. And from my own deduction, I've tried to think about how you can change the leader quickly and change things. Nope, that won't work. If you go to run around, in the end, it's the people. If you can change the people's mind at strategic times, especially just before an election, just before the African Union does anything significant, just before the ECOWAS does something, you are more likely to get far more returns for less effort. It's a lot more efficient.
Yes, sir. Hey, we're going to close out. Hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Till next time, Family Dynasty, Mirror Search for Huru. Peace.
Thank you.